You would agree with me that that's consistent with Rivera being alone driving up there. Understanding you have other information, we're going to talk about that, but that's consistent with Rivera being alone, correct?
It could be, yes.
Garcia could have rented the car for Rivera, right?
He could have.
Or Rivera could have cheated the system, right? Rented under Garcia's name.
I suppose it's possible.
Do you know if the car rental guy, Waldo Nunez, identified Garcia as the one that rented the car?
I have no knowledge of that.
I'm going to go to, now I'm going to say page 52, but it's 48. Of course, though, you have the citation with Garcia in the car. And I agree with you on that. That's one of the pieces that he has that ties him to the car, correct?
Correct.
Puts him in the vehicle.
It does, yes.
You would agree with me, though, that that's 2 days before that trip.
It is, yes.
Doesn't prove that he went up from Miami to here in Tallahassee in June with Rivera.
It does not.
And again, we're talking about June 4th is when Rivera makes his trip. Garcia's in the car 2 days before.
Correct.
Now, one of the other things you talked about on direct examination, and you knew this because you're also TPD, is that there is a drug dealer that apparently saw Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
And we would have to rely on his word.
Yes, I'm not familiar with his exact testimony, but yes, there was someone here who saw Mr. Garcia.
And we would have to rely on his memory.
I suppose so, yes.
You would agree with me that you don't have in between this drug dealer and Garcia any call detail records, any events where Garcia is communicating with this drug dealer.
I do not believe we do, no.
But you do have it for the murder trip in July.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Nothing in June, only in July.
Correct.
We've just reviewed all of the evidence that Sigfredo Garcia was with Luis Rivera on that June trip, correct? And of course, Luis Rivera saying that that's the truth.
My analysis is pertaining to the call detail records. I certainly do not know all of the evidence or all the witnesses or all the other pieces that may lend the idea that Mr. Garcia traveled as well. As far as the call detail records, what I have knowledge of, no.
Fair enough. I'll keep it with the technical operations unit here. I'm going to go now. I have this slide 64, but it is 60B. B as in boy. This is June 5th, 2014, correct?
It is June 4th and June 5th.
All right. Now, there's communications. Now, what you have here is that Katherine Magbanua is communicating with Sigfredo Garcia and then communicates with a phone number for Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
How do you know that that phone number is Luis Rivera's?
That was provided to me through the course of the investigation.
All right. You don't have in your possession any call detail records or any subscriber information proving that that is Luis Rivera's number?
I do not in my possession, no.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about what it's consistent with. You would agree with me that this could be consistent with Katherine Magbanua communicating with the father of her children, correct?
Yes.
And the mother of Garcia's children communicating with Garcia's childhood friend, Luis Rivera, right?
Could be, yes.
Not knowing that they're traveling to Tallahassee to potentially commit a murder.
Correct.
Now, I want to focus on, these aren't all the communications, correct? For that time period.
These are all the communication between these specific phone numbers.
What's been done is you took Katherine Magbanua's call detail records, you removed out other communications, and you conflated all of the communications with the Garcia and Rivera. It's not that she was only communicating with Garcia, then Rivera, then only Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm showing you as the pre-market defense 11. You know what that is, right?
I do, sir, yes.
That is your call detail records that have been color-coded for certain phone numbers of interest.
They are, yes.
And you know that that is your call detail records because you've reviewed those records extensively?
I have, yes.
And that is a fair and accurate depiction?
It is.
Defense offers into evidence with the pre-market defense 11.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted as defense exhibit 11.
Publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Sergeant, what we have here, your call detail records, but we have color-coded numbers of interest. You'd agree with me that the 9223 number is Charles Adelson,
Yes,
and the 5986 in green is Sigfredo Garcia?
that's correct.
Do you know who the 5403 number is? 5403, 6403, do you know who that belongs to?
Not personally.
Have you heard that it belongs to Sigfredo Garcia's mother?
I have heard that, yes.
That would be the grandmother of Katherine Magbanua's children.
Yes,
You'd agree with me that this is an accurate reflection of the volley of communications during this time period of June 4th and June 5th.
it is certainly the actual raw call detail records for that time period.
So, for instance, on the bottom here of page 2, she speaks to Sigfredo Garcia, then who you may or may not believe is Sigfredo Garcia's mother, and then Charles Adelson.
Correct.
So she goes from speaking to the father of her kids, to then the grandmother of her kids, to then the guy that she's dating.
Correct.
Let's now go to your slide 62. I get it at 66. What you have here, or what you're trying to explain here, is that on June 6th, that's after the trip, right?
It is, yes.
On June 6th, the rental car, it was a different rental car, that the rental car was near Magbanua's residence, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about what that could be consistent with. It could be consistent with Garcia seeing its kids having been out of town for a couple of days, correct?
Could be.
Unbeknownst to Katie, that he was up here potentially trying to kill somebody.
Correct.
It's consistent with that, right?
It is.
Let's now talk about the car return. June 2014. So on direct examination, you were asked a question about when the car was returned. You don't know when it was returned, right?
We do not.
At all. That is a true, it's an assumption that the car was returned on June 6th, correct?
I'm not aware of any specific knowledge about exactly when the vehicle was returned.
Could it have been returned on June 7th?
It could have been.
June 8th?
Sure.
The morning of June 6th?
Could.
So the testimony that we had, that you testified about a trip out to the area of the airport by Miss Magbanua on June 6th around 5 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you're assuming that the car was returned on 6/6, June 6th.
Correct.
You're assuming that it was returned around 5 p.m.
What I'm representing is that the call detail records show the same pattern of travel to the same area as when the vehicle was rented.
But that's not my question. We're not talking about the rental of the vehicle days before. We're talking about the return of the vehicle.
Correct.
You don't know when the vehicle was returned.
I do not.
They don't know when the vehicle was returned.
That I'm aware of, no.
It could have been June 7th.
It could have been.
Could have been June 8th.
Yes.
You do not know that it was returned on June 6th at 5 p.m.
I do not.
That's an assumption based on an assumption.
Yes.
And you're also then further assuming that Miss Magbanua drove Mr. Garcia, right?
Again, it's the analysis of the records and the locations of the cell sites that I'm depicting.
You have this out here, that there's a trip out there at 5 p.m. You'd agree with me that Miss Magbanua driving out to the Miami, let me withdraw that. The Miami International Airport that you've been to, have you been outside of the airport?
I have.
It's not in the middle of nowhere, correct?
It is not.
It's right smack dab in the middle of a whole bunch of other stuff like we saw, golf courses, waterways, highways, right?
Correct.
It's not like some of the rural areas. If you go to Louisville, Kentucky, the airport's sort of in the middle of nowhere.
I'll take your word for that, but the Miami airport is not in the middle of nowhere.
All right. So that travel, again, you're assuming that the car was even returned that day at that time. It's consistent with Miss Magbanua doing a whole bunch of other things, right?
It could be.
Consistent with her going to any number of the businesses that are right around the airport.
Could be.
Consistent with her picking up a friend from the airport.
Could be.
Consistent with her visiting Kenya Ravelos, who lives right below the airport.
No personal knowledge of where they reside, but that's possible.
It's consistent with a lot of other things, what we're getting at here.
It could be.
Let's now talk about a third trip. The next trip that you had, and you had a look on your face of, wait, what? Am I correct in that, in the reading of your face?
Correct, yes.
The next trip that you have the June trip and the murder trip in July, right?
That's correct.
There was never a mention to you of a third trip.
I say never mentioned. I have heard third trip come up before. I'm aware of nothing that substantiates that.
Now, let's make sure that we're clear for the jury what we're talking about. You've learned that Luis Rivera has talked about a third trip recently.
I believe that's correct.
This is not something that TPD had received years back and investigated a third trip because he never said it.
I would not want to comment on Mr. Rivera's statements at any particular time. And I can't tell you that it's very recently that I've heard this, but there has been discussion previously about a possible third trip.
No mention of another trip by Garcia and Anthony Ortiz, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who is Anthony Ortiz?
Anthony Ortiz, as I understand, is a friend of Mr. Rivera's.
You have phone numbers for Mr. Ortiz?
Believe so, yes.
305-896-3720?
That sounds correct.
And then 305-762-0648.
I'm not sure about the second one.
All right. If I could have a brief moment here. One brief moment, John.
Yes.
Sergeant, do you remember at the end of last year we sat and took a deposition and you had given that there was another phone number for Anthony Ortiz?
That's possible, and I can look that up. I'm just not familiar with the number off the top of my head.
We'll come back to it. They're taking a look at the deposition, but would it be a stretch of the imagination that in your investigation you had two phone numbers for Anthony Ortiz?
Would not be a stretch.
This is getting to the core question here, was any investigation done into those phone numbers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Subscriber information?
I believe there was a request for subscriber information for one of those numbers that was not returned. I'm not aware of any other, personally aware of any other investigation into those numbers.
What about call detail records?
Not that I'm aware of.
You would agree with me that call detail records would be important to determine what, if any, involvement this third person had in this case?
It would be helpful.
Now, the 3720 number, am I incorrect in that the subscriber information comes back to Jessica Rodriguez?
I'm not aware of having any actual subscriber information from a carrier for that number.
Right. So we can agree no investigation into Anthony Ortiz?
That I'm aware of.
So now that we don't have any investigation of a third trip, let's go to the next one that you have, the murder trip in July. Second, Your Honor. Okay. We have your slide 66A. I have it as page 70. You would agree with me that the same thing that's being done here. Now, I'm not saying that it's trickery, but that there was a lot of communications in between these communications between Ms. Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia and then her speaking to Charles Adelson. You would agree, right?
There are other communications, yes.
What I don't want is you would agree with me that it would be wrong for the jury to have the impression that she was literally, getting off the phone in the next call that she had, understanding it's about an hour later, but she's only speaking to Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay. I have this as page 88, your slide 98.
Yes, sir.
Wrong page. Okay. So it's actually, I get it as page 111, you get it as 98. So July 18th, these communications as well too. Now, this is an important day. This is a day that Professor Markel is murdered, correct?
That's correct.
That you would agree with me that the jury shouldn't have the impression that the only communications that any of these people are having are up here in this demonstrative.
That's correct.
Or in this exhibit, right?
That's correct.
It's not accurate because Katherine Magbanua spoke to a whole bunch of other people that morning.
Yes, and I believe we were clear when talking about these summaries that they were filtered down to just contacts between certain people.
All right. So here we have your slide 91B. I got it as 102. This 1230 call is an important call for the case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's your understanding that Sigfredo Garcia, per Luis Rivera, called Katherine Magbanua and said, it's done.
I'm aware that he called. As far as what was spoken, I do not know.
Now, the record of that call, that's one of the things that you would have put and given over to TPD and FBI and potentially goes in their reports, correct?
Correct.
So it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination that Luis Rivera knew that there was this call at 12:30 from Garcia to Magbanua.
Objection or speculation?
Overruled.
I have no, again, personal knowledge about exactly what details went in what reports, which may have been turned over at any particular time. So it's possible, but I have no knowledge of that.
Your analysis can't protect against if Luis Rivera is lying, right?
The analysis is the analysis. The records are what they are, and we can't change them.
All right. You would agree with me that the theory here is that Miss Magbanua found out from somebody else that the murder had happened, right?
I believe that's correct.
And the thought is that potentially Wendy Adelson informed somebody and then informed Miss Magbanua, correct?
I believe that's a possibility.
Okay. So 12:30 is the phone call. There's no question about that, right? That Sigfredo Garcia communicates with Katherine Magbanua at 12:30, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm now going to, I believe, the page is 10 and your slide, it's 10. You would agree with me that Wendy Adelson is just leaving home at 12:31, correct?
About that time, yes.
All right, so she's not in the area, and what we're talking about here is that she's servicing a cell site all the way up here at her home at 12:31, a minute after the phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Correct.
And it's not until she's down here that she's near the crime scene, right?
Correct.
Which would be nearly, let's say, an estimate of 12:40.
Correct.
Now going to your page 104, I got it as 118. This is July 18th. You would agree with me that, again, there are a bunch of communications between Miss Magbanua and other people. It's not that she's calling Charles Adelson, then Yindra Mascaro, then Sigfredo Garcia, then Yindra Mascaro, correct?
Correct.
She's communicating with a whole bunch of other people that morning.
Certainly with other people. I don't know a whole bunch, but others, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you page 12. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
That's your call detail record, where it's again been color-coded for the people of interest?
Well, there's Sprint's call detail records, but yes.
Those are the call detail records that you received from Sprint?
Yes.
All right, now you know that those are the call detail records from Sprint because that's what you've been working on for years here?
Correct.
And those are in the same, or substantially the same condition they were in the last time you saw them?
Correct.
Defense officer and evidence has been pre-marked as Defense 12.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted as Exhibit 12.
Publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Sergeant, what we have here is these are all of Ms. Magbanua's communications for July 16, 2014 through July 18, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And again, we have it color-coded that blue is Charles Adelson,
Correct.
green is Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes.
and purple is Sigfredo Garcia's mother.
Correct.
This would give a better representation of who she's communicating with, how and when, correct?
It is all of her communications, yes.
For instance, in the hours after the murder, she speaks to Charles Adelson. She then speaks to Sigfredo Garcia in green, speaks to Charles Adelson, maybe a text message, has conversations with the grandmother of her children, but that there's a whole bunch of other phone calls as well, too.
There are, yes.
So it's not something that she's speaking to Charles Adelson, hanging up the phone, and calling Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't that sort of the point that the government is trying to make with the call patterns, that somehow they're coordinating this through Ms. Magbanua in these calls, that she's speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, she's hanging up the phone, she's then calling Charles Adelson? Isn't that the theory with these call patterns?
I don't believe that's the theory with the call patterns. The summaries that we use are, again, as we stated, filtered down to show those contacts between the relevant people. And I don't believe that the times of those communications are accurate. It's easy to see that these are not back-to-back communications with those involved people. But I believe to make it more relevant, we look at the major parties in this and when they're communicating.
So you said the times aren't accurate. The times in these records are accurate, correct?
Hopefully I said the times are accurate.
Okay.
In our summaries, the times are accurate in that if there's a phone call between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia at 1 p.m. and then there's a call to Mr. Adelson at 2 p.m., we all recognize that an hour has elapsed between those calls. They're not, we leave all that in, they're not designed to look like they're back-to-back calls. And then as far as accuracy of the times, as we're aware, the text messages here are 1 hour off. So if we were to look at any event that is a text message, we would need to add an hour to that, just the way Sprint provides their records.
All right. So there's a lot of talk of what it's consistent with. You would agree with me that this is consistent with Ms. Magbanua, Katie Magbanua, speaking to the guy that she is dating at the time, right?
Yes.
And then at another time speaking to the father of her 2 children.
Yes.
Now, we talked a moment ago about the call patterns, and I want to use another phrase that you use, significant days. When you're investigating this and the records that we've looked at so far, those are significant days, the June trip, the July murder trip, and those are the days that you're looking at, correct?
Well, we look at all days, but the detailed analysis or what's part of the presentation was selected from those significant dates.
All right, so you pick a significant day, you look at it, and you go, wow, she's speaking to Charles Adelson, she's speaking to Sigfredo Garcia. Could be something, right?
Again, I'm looking at just the communications. As far as the meaning or what's behind that, I do not know.
You would agree with me, to see if this is in any way unusual, we would also have to look at an insignificant day.
Correct.
Is May 1st through May 2nd, 2014 a significant day?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I'm showing you the 3 marks of Defense 13. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
That's some more Sprint records that have been color-coded with people of interest.
That's correct.
All right. And you know that those are the Sprint records because you've reviewed them so many times.
I have, yes.
And they're in the same or substantially the same condition they were in the last time you saw them.
They are, yes.
Defense offers in was for 3 marks of Defense 13.
Any objection?
May I publish?
Yes, be admitted as Exhibit 13.
All right. So, Sergeant, we have an insignificant day now. A lot of communications with Sigfredo Garcia in green. And here on May 1st, we have communications with Sigfredo Garcia in green. In purple, the grandmother of her children, Sigfredo Garcia again, some communications with Charles Adelson, and then again with Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
So you'd agree with me that when we compare an insignificant day to a significant day, that this pattern is not unusual.
There is daily communication between these parties, correct?
On insignificant days and significant days.
Correct.
So, Sergeant, 2 years later, we're now in 2016, so we're going to jump from May of 2014 to 2016. The intercepts begin.
Yes.
This is where law enforcement has gone to a judge and gotten an order so that they can listen to certain people's phone calls.
Correct.
April 8th, 2016 they begin, right?
I'm sorry?
April 8th.
That sounds correct.
April 19, 2016, there is what's called the bump,
I believe so, yes.
where an undercover federal agent goes up to Don Adelson with a piece of paper, right?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that this puts certain people on notice.
agreed, yes.
Now, you've reviewed those communications, correct?
Limited.
My question is not have you listened to all of them, but have you reviewed the volley of communications?
Not in some time. I was certainly aware of them at the time. I have those records, but I have not reviewed them recently.
So you would agree with me that, you know, the intercepts begin, there's this bump, and out of nowhere, if Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua are speaking, that could be something, right?
If out of nowhere they were not speaking.
They're
Correct.
not speaking, this bump happens, and all of a sudden they're on the phone together.
That could be something, yes.
You'd agree with me that in the days preceding the bump, on April 11th, April 12th, April 13th, and April 15th, they spoke.
Again, I do not have those records in front of me. I know that they were in communication. I don't know specifically those dates. We can certainly look at them if need be.
Before the bump, can we agree on that?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about July 1st, 2014 now. So we're going back in time. We jumped ahead, we're going back. July 1st, 2014, and just for the jury to go through it, I want to go to the other pages here. So let's go back to 2014 for a second. The communications for Katherine Magbanua between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson, it's a normal volley. It's a normal pattern for her on this insignificant day, correct? And it continues in these records, in the other pages.
Yes.
Okay. So, your slide 27B, I got it as slide 29. You got direct communication between Sigfredo Garcia and Harvey Adelson, correct?
Direct communication via voicemail, yes.
But you have Sigfredo Garcia contacting Harvey Adelson without
Yes.
the involvement of Katherine Magbanua.
I couldn't speak to who was involved or not, but we do have communication from Mr. Garcia to Harvey Adelson.
Now, you would agree with me, I'm showing you now a defense demonstrative. You would agree with me that for the defense's theory that this is between Sigfredo Garcia and the Adelsons, that would be a great piece of evidence, correct?
It could be,
But this trial is about presenting the truth, correct?
yes.
You know from the investigation what was going on that day and why Sigfredo Garcia contacted Harvey Adelson, right?
Yes,
And it's separate and apart from Yindra Mascara.
correct.
Let's go through that. 1 second, John. 14. You're on the approach?
Yes.
Sorry, man, I'm showing you the pre-market defense 14. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
Another color-coded sprint document.
Yes,
And you know that that is the call detail records because you've reviewed them so much in this case?
correct.
And they are in the same or substantially the same condition that they were in, except for the color coding from the last time that you saw it.
They are.
Defense offers the pre-market defense 14.
Any objection?
The second.
Admitted as defense 14.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
All right. So, Sergeant, let's first look at the communications here. This is Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes,
You've got a lot of back-to-back-to-back communications, correct?
yes,
And this continues throughout the day, correct?
it does.
Where you'd agree with me here that Sigfredo Garcia is desperately trying to communicate right now with Katherine Magbanua.
I believe it's the other way around. These are almost all outbound from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Garcia.
Okay, but there's inbound as well too, correct?
I would have to go through. I don't see on that page, everything is outbound. Again, so outbound from Ms. Magbanua's records would mean her calling Mr. Garcia.
Okay. But there's a whole bunch of communications that are in here.
There are, yes.
All right. Now, at some point in time, Ms. Magbanua also calls Harvey Adelson there in yellow, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's communications with Charles Adelson that are later on, right?
Attempted communication, yes.
And again, beyond Yinja Mascaro, you know what was going on this day. This is 17 days before the murder, correct?
Correct.
All right. In your review of this case, you received Charles Adelson's iCloud data, right?
Yes.
And for the jury, that's a subpoena is sent to Apple, and all of the data that somebody has and communicates with Apple, anything that they have backed up with Apple, be it contacts, calendar events, notes, recordings, iMessages, you get that information, correct?
We don't get it with just a subpoena. It takes a little more of a legal demand. And yes, it has the potential to have all of that information in it. It may not, based on what the user is actually backing up.
And you received Charles Adelson's iCloud information.
I did not receive it directly, but I have reviewed it, yes.
Okay, and you reviewed the iMessages, correct?
Yes.
Specifically for that day between Katherine Magbanua and
Reviewed
Charles Adelson.
for a number of days, yes.
And you're aware that what happened on that day, from your review, is that Sigfredo Garcia confronted Charles Adelson when he was with Katherine Magbanua.
I believe, I do not have personal knowledge of that. I have heard of that confrontation, yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the messages?
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could approach?
Yes.
Take a look at it.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with these.
If I could approach. Is it your understanding of that day, and again, we're trying to get to the truth, not just come back and say that there was a direct communication by Sigfredo Garcia, that Miss Magbanua was very upset at what Sigfredo Garcia had done?
Yes.
That Sigfredo Garcia, again, had run up on them in traffic and started banging on the window?
Again, I have heard something about that incident. There's nothing in the messages that reference that incident.
Now, there is reference, however, that Miss Magbanua did not like the fact that someone, Sigfredo Garcia, thinks that they can make the decisions in her life.
Correct.
So our understanding of all of these communications, Sigfredo Garcia confronts Charles Adelson when Katherine's with him. Katherine is then communicating with Sigfredo Garcia, presumably upset about the fact of what he had just done, correct?
Again, I have no personal knowledge of the interaction between Mr. Adelson, Ms. Magbanua, and Mr. Garcia, the physical interaction that day. So I cannot speak to that. There are a number of calls from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Garcia, attempted calls or text. The text messages, the review of the iCloud, do reference Mr. Garcia leaving a message. She was presumably with Mr. Harvey Adelson. She's certainly upset with him. There's communication about that, but nothing that references a physical confrontation.
So now there is something that references the fact that Sigfredo Garcia had left a message.
Yes.
All right, so there's this phone call where at 5:20 where Sigfredo Garcia calls Harvey Adelson, leaves a message, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have 2 hours later where Katherine Magbanua is calling through as well.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me, though, that this is a great example. The call detail records potentially could say one thing, but the iMessages, which you have, gives the proper context of what's going on.
I don't believe that either are in conflict. I think the volume of calls are indicative of some emotional event. When we see this rapid, repeated texting and calling for such an extended period of time, know that it was somewhat urgent for someone to get hold of someone else. The text messages represent a conflict, a fight, the leaving of a message.
let's use the language that they've used. These communications, it's consistent with a whole bunch of different things happening, right?
It could be, yes.
These messages let us know what it's consistent with.
Sure.
Let's now go to July 19, 2014. Now we're not talking about locations, now we're talking about first communications. All right, I get this as page 132, you get it as slide 116.
Yes, sir.
This is the morning after Professor Markel is murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you the pre-marked defense 15. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
That is another color-coded Sprint document, right?
It is, yes.
And you know that that's one of the Sprint documents because of your review in this case?
That's correct.
Except for the color coding, it's in the same or substantially the same condition it was in last time you saw it?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense officer moves to pre-marked defense 15.
Any objection? Be admitted as defense 15.
So, Sergeant, what we have here first, this is your document of the communications, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you said that you didn't have any user detail for Anthony Ortiz, but you get Anthony Ortiz's name in there.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Through the course of the investigation, I was advised that this number was associated with Mr. Ortiz.
So you can confirm Mr. Ortiz has his own phone?
Can I confirm that he has his own phone? I'm
Well,
sorry?
I mean, you got a phone number that's associated with Anthony Ortiz. Your belief is that that's his handset, right?
That's what was reported to me, yes.
Okay, and that's the theory that you've been investigating on for years, right? That is actually Anthony Ortiz and he had his handset.
I believe so, yes.
So now I'm going to Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
I'm showing you just Katherine Magbanua's call detail records from that morning. Again, it's color-coded. In green, you have Sigfredo Garcia, and you'd agree with me, the 8153 number. In red is Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked, is this consistent with them meeting up that morning, correct?
Correct.
Now, this volley of communication where Katherine Magbanua is, now, these are outbound. This is why you're the expert. You can explain this to me. This is Katherine Magbanua calling Sigfredo Garcia over and over and over again, right?
Calls and I believe at least one text message.
You'd agree with me that that's consistent with the mother of two children trying to find the father of her two children who's been out of town for a couple of days. It's consistent with that, right?
It could be, yes.
Now, at this point in time, Sigfredo Garcia has already turned off his phone.
That's correct.
Katherine Magbanua didn't do that, though, right?
She did not.
You're on my approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as defense 16. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
Those are Luis Rivera's call detail records from 1 July 19.
They are, yes.
And you know that because you reviewed these in the case.
I have, yes.
And that one page is in the same or substantially same condition it was in last time you saw it.
That's correct.
Defense offers what's been pre-marked as defense 15.
Any objection?
16 for the record, Your Honor. My apologies.
To be admitted as defense 16.
May I publish?
Yes.
So, Sergeant, what we have here is Luis Rivera's for the 8153 number, that number that's in red. We have his call detail records the morning of July 19th, right?
That's correct.
Now, for the jury, this one page is a good depiction, right? Because it shows, this lets you know what communications he's having, right?
Yes.
In the far right, that's where you get the cell location to determine what cell site he's communicating with.
That's correct.
All right, and that's how these deck records are of use to you. You can figure out who they're communicating with, but then also the location from the data on the right.
That's correct.
And those are latitude and longitudes on the right?
They are.
the latitude and longitude to the cell site, not to the exact location of the handset.
That's correct.
Talked a lot about what things are consistent with. The fact that Ms. Magbanua communicated with Luis Rivera, the childhood friend of the father of her children, and I'd asked you a moment ago if it was consistent with her being upset because Sigfredo Garcia has been gone for days. These communications between Luis Rivera and Katherine Magbanua, it's consistent with her calling the friend because she can't get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
You know who Luis Rivera is, correct?
I do, yes.
All right. In these communications on that morning, who calls who? Does Luis Rivera call Katherine Magbanua? Or does Katie, and I want to make sure this is clear, or does Katie call Luis Rivera?
The first communication, and especially here on your a slide, is from Mr. Rivera to Ms. Magbanua.
Not the other way around.
Correct.
And your review over these years, you've always operated, and again, Luis Rivera is your cooperating witness, right?
He is, I believe, yes.
And he's giving you the information, and that's dictating what you're investigating and some of the things that you're investigating, correct?
I don't say that what he's telling us is dictating what I'm investigating. We review the records, we look at the communications, and again, they are what they are.
And you have always investigated under the theory that he had the 8153 handset on him that morning, right?
I believe so, yes.
Not Anthony Ortiz or any other person, correct?
I have heard that Mr. Ortiz may have had his phone. I have no personal knowledge of that or reason to believe that.
Your Honor, if we could approach sidebar.
I'm sorry, I can hear y'all.
Sergeant, do you remember the last answer that you gave us?
I do, yes.
Where'd you get that information from?
I could not tell you. You asked the question if there was anything about Mr. Rivera having his handset or not having his handset. And as I said, I have no information, personal knowledge, that Mr. Rivera did not have his handset that morning. I have heard through the course of discussions and many meetings and questions that were asked, is it possible that Mr. Ortiz had Mr. Rivera's phone? I don't know that that's accurate. I don't know that that's true. I'm only looking at the location of the handset.
Sergeant, you would agree with me that that's been over the past couple of days, not years, correct?
I could not tell you the first time I had heard that question.
You've given 2 depositions and you've sat on that stand before in 2019, correct?
Correct.
In any of those sworn testimonies, have you ever stated that before?
Correct.
That would be a no, correct?
Correct. I have not stated that before. I don't know that I've been asked that question before.
So this is something that's just come out recently.
Again, I don't know how recently I've heard the question. I can tell you that I do not recall being asked that previously in any proceeding or deposition. I don't recall being asked that question. But the way you ask it, I gave you the answer.
Sergeant, all of your slides in here with respect to Luis Rivera the morning of July 19th, and you're doing locations, you have in the bottom corner of the top corner Rivera, correct?
That's correct.
Not Ortiz.
Correct.
Because the theory has always been from your cooperating witness over the many years that he had his phone that morning.
Again, I don't know the theory, or I'm looking at the account that is associated with Mr. Rivera and those handset locations, and that's what I'm mapping.
So the communications that are in here, there's of course the communication with Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Yes.
There's also communication with Luis Rivera's, the mother of his children, Jessica Rodriguez.
I believe so.
Correct? And it's this data that you're using to place Mr. Rivera with Ms. Magbanua for this alleged payment, correct?
That's correct.
Without this, you can't place where Rivera was, right?
Again, Rivera's handset, yes.
So if Rivera doesn't have his handset, then there's no way to place him with Ms. Magbanua that morning.
Correct. I have no information that Mr. Rivera did not have his handset.
All right. So we agree on that.
We do.
Now, again, all these communications where Ms. Magbanua, she's trying to reach Sigfredo Garcia, consistent with trying to find the father of her kids, correct?
Correct.
At this point, you know that Sigfredo Garcia has been in Tallahassee for a couple of days.
Correct.
Gone.
Yes.
All right. For a co-parent, that could be frustrating, correct?
I assume it could be, yes.
Now, this communication with Mr. Rivera, it's consistent with his childhood friend potentially calling Ms. Magbanua to calm her down or to buy Mr. Garcia time while he gets in communication with her, correct? It's consistent with that.
Could be, yes.
Consistent with a lot of things.
Yes.
Let's now talk about locations. So you have that Katie pinged on a tower near Jessica Rodriguez's address, right?
Yes.
You cannot say that she was at that address.
I cannot.
With your data and in your expertise, there's no way to say that.
That's correct.
She could have been miles away.
I don't know about miles, but she certainly could have been a distance away.
Luis Rivera could have read your analysis of the report that the handsets are close to each other and made this all up, right?
I'm certainly not aware of that. I assume it's possible.
You did tell me that you're aware of who Luis Rivera is, correct?
I am, yes.
You would agree with me that he is a dangerous guy.
Objection to speculation.
If you know, you can answer.
I'm aware that he had a violent criminal past.
Were you aware that he was a Latin King boss?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was charged with first-degree murder?
I don't know that I'm aware of that particular charge.
He was charged with murder here.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah. And that he would have an incentive to try to get out of that.
I can't speak to his motivations or anything else.
All right. Now, again, we have communications, but you also have the potential context of things through iMessages, correct?
We do in some cases, yes.
On this case, on this day, on the morning of July 19th, 20, 30 minutes after that communication with Rivera, where was Miss Magbanua?
Which communication with Mr. Rivera?
Okay, so we're saying at the bottom there, at 10:30,
Yes.
she's apparently communicating with the Rivera, and your thought is that that because of Rivera, that there's this meeting and this payment, correct? And what we're talking about, sort of like the example of July 1st, we have call detail records and communications, but you also have iMessages from Charles Adelson and communications with Ms. Magbanua that potentially put her morning in context as to what she was doing, where she was at.
I'm not sure that it puts her morning in perspective, but it does in the day.
You do know that from those messages that by mid-morning she's at the pool with her kids.
I don't believe that, no.
Do you not remember or do you not believe that?
I don't believe the timing of that.
What do you believe the timing to be?
I do not believe that she was at the pool until later in the afternoon.
But you would agree with me that the discussions about going to the pool begin mere minutes after this alleged meeting.
There is a discussion about the day's activity and what she intends to do with Mr. Adelson, and I mean, I can look up the specifics if we need to, but when she references getting back from the pool, I believe it's closer to 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, let's be clear here, because I want to correct you on that. It wasn't a matter of going to the pool with Mr. Adelson. She was going with her kids, right?
That's correct.
All right. So Ms. Magbanua has her kids, right?
She does.
2 young kids.
I do not know their exact ages.
All right. So let me get this straight, if you know on this one. Luis Rivera is saying that at around 10:30 in the morning, that Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia have this meeting where money is exchanged, this alleged meeting, right?
I'm aware of that, yes.
He never said the kids were there, right?
I don't know that he did.
So if her kids are young, and we'll figure that out through another witness, where are the kids?
Well, the kids could be anywhere.
Objection to speculation.
That's sustained.
You don't know where the kids were, right?
I do not know where the kids are.
Let's now talk about Luis Rivera and his handset. I got your page 119B, mine is 136. Based on the call detail records, you can place Rivera's placement that entire morning, right? Or the handset's placement that entire morning, right?
I can when we have events. If there are events with location, then we can make a determination. If there are periods of time without events, then I could not say where he was.
That right-hand column, those are all events, right?
They are, yes.
All right. And you can place all of those, right?
I can, yes.
And you have.
I have, yes.
Now, all of them are not here.
They are not.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, you know what that is, right?
I believe so, yes.
You know that that's a Google map that includes Jessica Rodriguez's address in the greater Miami area, including Miami Beach?
Yes,
And you know that because you reviewed it before today?
that's correct.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those locations?
Yes.
Defense offers with some premonitory defense 17.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted as defense 17.
All right, so Sergeant, publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
So Sergeant, what we have here is Jessica Rodriguez's house, right?
Yes.
This is where the alleged meeting happened.
From my understanding, yes.
All right, so I'm going to go to the next one that pans. You'd agree with me that this pans out, but Jessica Rodriguez's address is still in the middle.
Correct.
Going out again, that hers is still in the middle.
Yes.
Now, your understanding of the placement, or your understanding of Luis Rivera, what he says is that he's at a barber shop that morning when Katie calls him, not vice versa, him calling her, right?
Yeah, I'm aware that there was discussion about a barbershop.
All right. And you know from your review of this case that this road running north to south is Biscayne Boulevard,
Yes.
and that the barber shop is north up here, correct?
I do not know the exact location of the barbershop, only that it's supposedly relatively close, or very close to the residence.
So what we're saying is that it's in the vicinity between, let's say, here and here. It's right around Jessica's address.
That's correct.
Going to the next slide, you'd agree that Jessica Rodriguez's address is still in the middle?
Yes.
And in the bottom right, not to the right, but sort of in the middle, this almost circular shape here, this pork chop shape right here, that's Normandy Isle, correct?
Yes.
That aisle ties back to Luis Rivera and other documents, correct?
Yes.
His license, for instance.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that this is a close-up of Normandy Isle.
Yes.
Now, you did a distance for Katherine Magbanua's house all the way to the airport, right?
Yes.
And you could do the same for Jessica Rodriguez's all the way down to Normandy Isle, correct?
Yes.
If you were to go straight as the bird flies, that's miles away, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But your choices are to either go over a bridge and go south on the beach and over another bridge, or go further south over a bridge onto Normandy Isle, correct?
Yes.
Now, around the time of this communication between when Luis Rivera contacts Katherine Magbanua, you have his location on Normandy Isle, not up near Jessica Rodriguez's house, correct?
So his handset initially, at the very onset of communication, is consistent with his residence or the barbershop. It does travel to the area of Normandy Isle, or probably a little north of that, and travel back. I would have to look at the exact time of those communications to tell you exactly where he was for what particular phone call.
So what you have is that he's on a cell site here near Jessica's house, right?
Yes.
You can't say that he was actually at a barbershop, correct?
I cannot.
He then travels all the way down to Normandy Isle?
I don't know that I could say his handset was consistent with Normandy Isle. I believe it's a little north of Normandy Isle, but it does travel to that general area.
You would agree with me that that's a long distance, right?
It is.
15, 20 minutes?
I believe that the trip took 30-some minutes, round trip.
If Luis Rivera is saying that his morning is entirely comprised of going from Jessica Rodriguez's residence to the barbershop and back, but the call detail records are showing him on Normandy Isle, that can indicate that he's not telling the truth, correct?
I don't know exactly what his statement is, but I can tell you that the handset is consistent with traveling to that area or immediately north and then back to the area of his residence.
Or that there's an unreliability in cell site locations, right?
I don't believe that there's an unreliability.
Okay, so you're fairly confident that Luis Rivera's handset traveled to Normandy Isle?
Again, not specifically to Normandy Isle, but it did travel away from the area of his residence.
Where's the cell site?
I'm sorry?
What's the location of the cell site
There are several.
that he's communicating with? Does he communicate with a cell site that's on Normandy Isle?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, out of fairness, you're saying just north. Where are you talking about? Here?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not talking about up here. We're talking about he's somewhere in this area.
Correct. I believe that he's more on the island, I guess that would be on your map, North Beach Ocean side, than Normandy Isle.
Based on your review of everything, can you say to this jury that Katherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera ever met that morning?
No.
Does your analysis and your work, does it in any way protect against Rivera making things up?
I'm not quite sure I understand the protect against.
Well, let me ask that question in a different way. In your analysis and what you then provided to Tallahassee Police Department, to your colleagues there, and to the FBI and to the state attorney's office, that included that there were communications and that there were locations, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that information is making its way into reports and over to Luis Rivera.
Again, I don't know specifically what information, what report, or when, but I have no reason to believe that it couldn't happen.
That he could just be peppering in facts to get a deal.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Something happened that morning, right? But we get to take his word for what happened.
Again, I'm not intimately familiar with his word.
All right. So Anthony Ortiz, just to go back on that for one quick second, you have that he's involved it appears that Anthony Ortiz has his own handset that morning, correct?
It does.
And he's involved in communications, right?
That number is, yes.
Never interviewed,
I do not know.
never investigated.
I am not aware.
Don't have his call detail records.
Well, I do not.
And if we did, we could plot his movement that morning,
We
potentially.
could, potentially.
How long do the different carriers maintain records for?
It varies by carrier. It can be as little as 6 months, and with some, a number of years.
So there could have been a matter after 2014 when you had these records. Not saying that it was your responsibility. You analyze the data. Somebody else collects the data and gets it to you. They could have gotten it in the years after. They knew that Ortiz was communicating. They could have gotten those call detail records, right?
We could have, yes.
Let's go back to Rivera for a second. Your understanding he's been cooperating since 2016?
I believe so, yes.
And although you may have heard it, you have nothing direct that he ever said prior to this year that the 8153 phone was given to Anthony Ortiz that morning.
I have no information about that.
You always operate on the notion that he was in possession of that phone that morning.
It's been asked and answered.
All right. That's the only phone that you have that communicated with Katherine Magbanua?
Of Mr. Rivera's?
Correct.
Yes.
Now, there was never a mention, there was never an investigation, there was never a theory that Katherine Magbanua ever had a burner phone, right? That morning.
That morning? No.
Correct. To say otherwise would be incorrect, right?
Objection improper.
If you know, you can answer it.
I'm not aware of her having any additional phone that morning.
Now, just for anybody that doesn't know, a burner phone is a phone that you can go into a store and buy it. You buy prepaid minutes.
A burner phone has a lot of definitions. In general, it's a phone that cannot be associated with you. However it's purchased, if it's borrowed from a friend or prepaid, postpaid, it's a phone that you believe you're distanced from is in those communications.
Well, that's not the only purpose, right? They can be. You can go into a Walmart and buy a straight talk wireless phone. You buy prepaid minutes, and you're using that phone for. It's a limited use phone, correct?
It doesn't even have to be limited use.
All right. You phrased it well, that there's a big spectrum on it. You can buy, a throwaway phone, a burner phone off the street, right?
Yes,
Or you can go into Walmart and buy these phones.
correct.
Do you believe that Walmart is only selling these phones for people that are involved in something that's illegal?
They're not.
There could be many different uses. It's consistent with a whole bunch of different reasons why somebody would have an additional phone.
Correct.
All right. So let's now get into the intercepts. And we're close to being done here. Again, your characters, you have at that time, Wendy Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Charles Adelson, Miss Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, and Luis Rivera.
Yes.
And there was a decision, not saying that it was yours, to only monitor 2 of the people.
Correct.
You only got intercepts on Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
Correct.
Not Sigfredo Garcia,
No.
not Donna Adelson,
Correct.
but you could have.
I don't know that I can speak to the level of authority or justification for those lines, but presumably, yes, we could have.
Understanding it's a lot of personnel time listening to these calls. Because each time this happens, an officer sits down, they're taking notes, they're listening to the call, minimizing where they need to. It's a lot of personnel hours, right?
It can be.
All right. But when it comes down to the amount of personnel hours and the money into it, that's not usually how the Tallahassee Police Department works, correct? It's a matter of what do we need for the investigation.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that listening to Sigfredo Garcia and finding out who he's contacting could have yielded information.
It potentially could have.
All right. The amount of intercepts that you have approximately 400 calls, right?
I don't know the exact number of calls.
It's in the hundreds?
Yes.
And it's over a course of roughly 2 months?
Yes.
Would you trust me that it's approximately 70 calls between Katherine Magbanua and Charles Adelson?
That sounds appropriate?
You'd agree with me that there is nothing in there about her being involved in a murder.
I don't want to comment to I guess to the content of those communications.
Now, when I asked you the question about the disposable phone, you hesitated, and I think you did is because you know that in May of 2016, there were disposable phones that were purchased.
That's correct.
Okay, so in fairness, we're now going to get into that. You would agree with me that when these intercepts are placed, now, the intercept means that you're communicating with the carrier and the carrier is recording the call, right?
The carrier's providing the call content to us. We are doing the actual recording.
And that act, now, us as private citizens, all our calls are not recorded by our carriers, right?
They are not.
It is a function that the carrier can do, but they have to then change things to the account to be able to monitor it.
They don't need to change anything to the account.
Well, they've got to like toggle a button that says record, right?
Not on the account itself, no.
We're getting into a different topic here, so we can skip over that. You would agree with me that when an intercept is put onto a phone, that it can create technical issues with the line.
It shouldn't create technical issues.
Background noise? You've heard that?
It should not.
Connection issues?
It should not.
The phone itself being very, very hot? You've heard
it should
that.
not.
All right. Now, you've listened to some of these intercepts, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you have the people that are on it, Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia, talking about connection issues with the phone and how their phones are not operating correctly.
I don't recall specifics of that, but it's certainly possible.
All right. Now, your understanding in this case and what gave you pause is that Mr. Garcia, not Ms. Magbanua, went into a Walmart and purchased 2 straight talk wireless phones, correct?
I don't know if I know specifically who went in and made the purchase, but yes, 2 phones were acquired.
You would agree that Walmart almost certainly is under surveillance as well, too. These weren't phones that were bought off the street.
No.
And this would have been in May of 2016 after law enforcement has already come and spoken to Sigfredo Garcia.
I believe so, yes.
So specifically on phones, and I'm not trying to say that Sigfredo Garcia was not involved. I do not disagree with that. Garcia disconnected his phone right after the murder. We saw that, right?
That's correct.
Rivera later disconnected his phone as well, too.
He stopped using it, yes.
Ms. Magbanua did not.
She did not.
She didn't dispose of her cell phone, the 1312 number, did she?
That's correct.
She kept it, right?
She did.
Kept using it.
Correct.
Up until she was arrested in 2016, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
In fact, you have a phone in property for Ms. Magbanua for that 1312 number, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And all her data is also on that phone as well.
Well, I don't know that it is the same handset in 2016 that she was using in 2014, taking that people upgrade their phones and whatever gets transferred from one to the next. But it was serviced by the same phone number.
Now, you would agree with me that there is data that carries when you get a new handset. You can transfer data.
There can be, yes.
That phone was fully analyzed.
I believe so, yes.
All right. Nothing about her being involved in a murder.
I'm not the one that reviewed all of that content.
So based on what you're saying here, to make sure that it's clear, Ms. Magbanua did not dispose of the 1312 number and go out and get a burner phone, right?
That's correct.
Let's talk about Charles Adelson. We talked about iCloud and the iMessages, and over the years you've spent a lot of time reviewing that, correct?
I have, yes.
You'd agree with me that there is evidence of Garcia upset and somehow knowing about a dinner, if you remember.
There is, yes.
You would agree with me that that's consistent with him stalking Katherine Magbanua if he knows about this dinner. It's consistent with it. We're not saying that it proves it, but it's consistent with it.
I assume it could be consistent with stalking as much as it is knowing what the mother of your children are doing day to day.
There's also evidence of that dinner happening, correct? I'm
not aware. I don't know if you're speaking of a dinner between Mr. Adelson and Miss Magbanua. I'm not aware that there's anything that.
So what we have is that Garcia is upset that a dinner happened. Now the question is, evidence of a dinner happening between Miss Magbanua, Charles Adelson, and others outside at a place called Yardbird.
Yes.
There's also evidence of communications between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson.
There is not that I'm aware of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the iMessages?
Sure.
You're on a man approach?
Yes.
Sorry, you take a look at this. And let me know if that helps your memory.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar.
So Sergeant, and I want to clarify the question. I'm not asking, in Charles Adelson's iCloud, is there a communication directly to Sigfredo Garcia? The question to you is that within the iCloud, is there evidence of communications between Garcia and Charles Adelson?
I do not believe so.
So in your review of the iMessages, you did see that months prior to the murder in April, the end of April, April 25th of 2014, that Katherine Magbanua sends a message to Charles Adelson saying, "Did Tuto call your phone?"
Correct.
All right. You would agree with me that that's consistent with understanding that you may not know the full context. That's consistent with the fact that she has a belief that Sigfredo Garcia is in direct communication with Charles Adelson. It's consistent with it, right?
I don't, with the remainder of the text messages, I think it's clear that communication did not happen. I don't know that the question, did he call your phone, necessarily means there's a belief that they were in communication.
Is it consistent with Katherine Magbanua seeing Charles Adelson's number in Sigfredo Garcia's phone and asking Charles Adelson, "Did Tuto call your phone?" Is it consistent with that?
I don't know what prompted that text message.
All right. You would agree with me that Charles Adelson's response was joking,
Correct.
right? He brushed it off.
Yes.
So let's go back to the overall information. You have evidence from the iMessages of Charles Adelson planning to dump Katie right after the murder. If you remember.
I don't remember specifically. There were certainly changes in their relationship status.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the messages?
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could approach.
Okay.
Did that help?
To some degree.
So the question again is that in review of the iMessages, was there evidence that Charles Adelson was planning to break up with Katherine right around the time of the murder?
Again, I know there were changes in their status. The messages you showed is asking if they were eloping and a response of no. I can't tell you that I derive a lot about his future plans or going to dump her. He was apparently not eloping with her.
Sergeant, that wasn't fully accurate, is it? Because what it also explains and what it says is, we're going to the Keys and it's the goodbye tour. Those are the exact words, right? It's the goodbye tour.
I believe so, yes.
And this is the end of June, right?
Yes.
This is 2 weeks before the murder happens.
Yes.
And in the greater review of all the iMessages and all of the communications, you actually see that the communications between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua drop off significantly after the homicide.
The communication, and I have not looked at the volume or the numbers in the iCloud, but from the carrier records, we do see that there are periods of limited communication and then periods where they communicate more frequently. But it does vary through the course of the months.
It does drop off after July 18, 2014.
And I believe it returns after that.
And then in August, you have evidence of Charles Adelson pushing Katie out of his life, right? if you remember. If you don't, I've got something that will refresh.
I don't specifically remember.
All right, are you almost completed, Mr. Ducos? Because we're going to need to take a break. I thought you were close to completion before.
What I can do is this one last, and it'll be a good time to take a break in between. I'm close. Final page is here.
All right.
August 25th. You want my approach?
Yes.
Sergeant. No pressure, operators, depending on you.
Yes, sir.
Does that help your memory?
It does?
You would agree with me that there's evidence in late August of 2014, the month after the murder, where Katherine appears to be getting pushed out of Charles Adelson's life.
Yes.
Good time to break, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, we'll take our break now. Apologize for not taking it earlier. And so we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please no discussions about the testimony or the case, okay? Deputy will take you out.
Which one? 825.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom. Door is closed. We're going to have a 1-minute brief sidebar over here, and then we're going to all break. But I just want to make sure that I get something on the record first, okay?
Thank you.
All right, anything from council before we bring in the jury? We're all good? All right, let's bring in the jury, please. All right, please be seated. We're ready to continue with the cross-examination. Mr. DeCoste?
Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant. All right, let's stay on the topic of the intercepts, 2016. Now, when these intercepts are done, law enforcement is keeping logs of the calls that are being recorded, correct?
That's correct.
You don't, however, have the call detail records for that time.
Well, so when we're doing the wiretap, when the intercept is actually running, we are receiving in real time from the carrier the date and time of the call, who's calling who, the cell sites that are used. This is the exact same information that comes to us in the call detail records. And the benefit of we get to hear the audio or see the text message. But these are the exact same records that we would get if we asked for the historical call details. So we do have a record of every phone call, every text message, every location, just as if we had those historical records.
All right, and again, there's hundreds of communications. Or
Correct.
actually, you said you didn't know the exact, but you'd agree with me that it's in the hundreds.
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about minimization. You have law enforcement there at a terminal listening to the call. You'd agree with me that it is up to that law enforcement officer to determine when they should minimize and when they shouldn't.
There are some general instructions and requirements. Further on top of that, it is that investigator's knowledge of the case, knowledge of who they're communicating with, understanding of what's being said that would influence how quickly or how often they might minimize a call.
Which could be contingent on what Tallahassee Police Department's working theory of the case is, correct?
It's contingent upon what we're actually allowed to listen to, and that is established in the affidavit. We're only allowed to listen to communications, certain communications that revolve around certain pieces of evidence, and so we're given direction about what kind of conversations we can actually listen to.
Now you say given direction, you're the one that oversaw the intercepts for TPD, correct?
I oversaw the technical side of that.
Correct. Now, for instance, at one point in time, you told your team, look, if there's discussion by Charles Adelson of other crimes, we can't record that.
We can record that, but then we actually have to go back and seek approval from the court to continue to listen. There is a process in place. But in general, no. If we hear evidence of other crimes, we can't just carte blanche record those because that's not part of our original authority. But we can seek to add those.
All right, now, we're staying on the topic of minimization. If an officer in this case were listening to a phone call where Sigfredo Garcia is telling Katherine Magbanua, the less you know, the better, that wouldn't be a smart call to minimize, correct?
I would have...
That's speculation. I'm not going to allow that question.
Sergeant, you oversaw TPD law enforcement and gave them the instruction on what to minimize and what not, correct?
No.
And who gave them that instruction then?
The instruction, again, I oversaw the technical side of it, how to minimize, what button to press. The direction as far as the conversations came from the affidavit and from the state attorney's office.
All right. So let's stay on the topic of the intercepts. You've listened to a good number of the calls, correct?
I have, yes.
You have awareness from those calls of Charles Adelson. You have awareness of Charles Adelson's awareness that he doesn't discuss crimes over the phone, right?
I'm not sure.
Let me give you an example. On April 19, 2016, he's having a discussion about potential stock fraud where there's the comment, talk to you on the app. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
On 4/20/2016, not a phone convo. Remember that?
Okay.
May 3rd, 2016, his friend Adam says, I'll explain it in the app. May 4th, Adam abruptly says, text me on the app.
Okay.
Now, you'd agree with me that all of these communications, none of them were with Katherine Magbanua.
Those that you mentioned, no.
So this lets you know that Charles Adelson is aware. You don't talk about certain things over the phone, correct?
That could be inferred, yes.
And the working theory has always been that these call patterns are potentially Miss Magbanua talking to Charles Adelson about the murder and then speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's part of it, yes.
But Charles Adelson doesn't talk on the phone when he's talking about committing crimes, right?
Well, I do believe that at least some of the calls that he spoke on the phone about did involve committing a crime.
In all of these recorded phone calls, and nearly 100 with Miss Magbanua, was there ever a, we need to talk on the app?
Not that I'm aware of.
And for those that don't know what WhatsApp or the app is, do you believe that to be WhatsApp?
It's likely WhatsApp or another internet-based communication chat app.
That's end-to-end encrypted communication?
It can be, yes.
And it can also be messages as well, too?
Yes.
Now, in Charles Adelson's iCloud data, you don't have all of his WhatsApp activity, correct?
All of his WhatsApp? No.
But you do have Katherine Magbanua's activity from her phone, because you have the physical phone, correct?
I believe there is some, again, I did not review the contents of her phone. I don't know exactly what is there or not.
But what you did learn between Charles Adelson's information and the limited that you have on Miss Magbanua is that the only time she used WhatsApp to communicate with Charles Adelson while they were dating is when he was out of the country.
I'm not personally aware of that.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Yes.
Yeah. Sergeant, smarter legal minds have reminded me of something. So your testimony was, and this has to do with the intercepts and call detail records, and you say you get a real-time list of everything.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that every single phone call was recorded?
No.
So if a phone call isn't recorded, you're still going to have a data log of that?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, redirect. Thank you. Redirect.
All right, I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. Sergeant Corbett, first, I want to show you all the defense exhibits with the
Oh, let me,
records.
yeah, give me a second here to sort them out.
I'll just use this one as an example.
Go for it.
It shows you several records that are the records from the cell phones.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, these are like the raw data from the actual records, right?
Yes,
Okay. So the times that we see here, are these times correct?
the times for the voice calls are correct. The text messages would be an hour behind. They report text messages in Central Time Zone.
Okay. And as far as I know, on Friday you told us about how when you get raw data from a cell phone company, sometimes there will be duplicate events.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on these records, have these duplicate events been changed to single events by you?
They have not.
All right. So we may see calls that look like they're happening multiple times, but there was actually only one call.
That's correct.
Okay. And you haven't gone through these and made a summary like you did for Friday?
I have not.
Okay.
Everything's up there, but
The defense threw out a bunch of terms, the amount of power, radio frequency mapping, down tilt. Do we need any of those things in order to determine which cell site a cell phone is communicating with?
In this case, no.
And why is that?
Again, we know that that particular antenna or that particular cell site was operational and in use because the handset communicated with it. And from there, it's a matter of just determining if that location could be serviced by that particular cell site or not. And we say that it was. Again, the carriers design the networks very carefully, very purposefully to provide coverage to everyone. And so, you know, we know that it's functioning, we know that it's operating, and we know that that location could be consistent with being serviced by that particular cell site and sector.
The defense asked you about, not having location data for Sigfredo Garcia in June. We just see Rivera's locations going up to Tallahassee and back. Do we have any evidence to show that Garcia was not on the trip in June 2014?
We do not.
We just don't have his locations at all during June of 2014.
That's correct.
Okay. But we do have his locations in July of 2014.
Yes.
And that's when, after that point, we could track his location.
Yes.
Could you pull up your slide that shows the more zoomed in where Katherine Magbanua was consistent with the cell site service and comfort rental car?
For the second. Would that be June 2nd?
Thank you. All right, so we see there's, looking at the top of the screen, looks like 1, bottom of the screen 2, over here closest to you 3, 4, 5 in the middle, and then this 1 right here, this dot with the arrows next to. So 6 total cell sites just in that small area of Miami.
Yes.
Okay, you mentioned a little earlier about how more densely populated areas, there's more cell sites than in a rural area.
That's correct.
And we've seen evidence of that throughout your slideshow presentation. As she travels from her house to Comfort, which is about 10 miles, she's going through several different cell sites on that path.
That's correct.
And as she travels from the Charlie Adelson's residence to Rivera's residence on July 19th, she's hitting several different cell sites. That's how we're able to know what time she is at where, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the areas, when looking at a place like Miami and like this area, for instance, where there's so many cell sites, the area that she would be consistent with would be smaller than in a rural area where there would be less cell sites.
Yes, that's correct.
And you said that these cell sites were designed to service a lot of people, given their location, or a lot of handsets.
Yes.
And of all of the places that she could be in Miami, all of the cell sites that she could be communicating with, or even just in this little portion, these 6 cell sites that she could be communicating with, of all of those, you said she's communicating with the one service and comfort rental right there in the middle of the map. That at the same time, Garcia, the father of her children, is renting a car from Comfort Rental.
Hold on a second.
Objection leading, and I don't know if that was a question.
Is that, can you place it in the form of a question?
Yes, sir. Is that the case?
It is, yes.
You were asked about a series of events that could happen. A cell tower could go down, you're kicked to another tower. Do you have any indication that those things are happening in this case with any of the locations, the cell sites that you plotted?
I do not.
Would we have records of a handset communicating with a cell site if that cell site was down?
We would not.
It wouldn't be communicating with the cell site if it was down.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, defense asked you a bit about Rivera's communication and his locations on the day on July 19th, the day the money was taken.
Yes.
I want to ask you about that. Now, in our presentation on Friday, we were showing how Katherine Magbanua travels down to that address. Rivera is consistent with being there. We show the flurry of communication, and then we show when he's consistent with being there again, which was around the 10:30 time frame. Is that the case?
Objection leading and counsel testifying.
Overruled.
Yes.
Have you looked at, though, in the past, all of Rivera's locations that morning?
I have, yes.
Okay, and have you mapped those before?
I have, yes.
Do you have that handy?
I could, yes.
Okay. Just want to ask you about the locations that he's consistent with once he leaves his residence and before he comes back, and the times on that.
Objection to anything being shown before it's in evidence.
This is something that's already been admitted into evidence. This is part of.
It's been talked about, and I just wanted since the defense opened the door, for the jury to be able to see exactly where he went and what times and what it was and was not consistent with.
I'm not going to allow it to be shown. He can testify to it, but I'm not going to allow it to be shown to the jury.
Yes, sir.
May want to make sure that I'm muted.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Okay. All right, can you walk us through, actually, maybe it would be helpful for you to put up I have it as page 120, which is the call flurry on July 19th. That way we can see the times of his communication. Can you do that? Okay.
You have an objection? Well, this is something that's been admitted into evidence, right? Part of the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Of the summary?
Okay. My mistake.
And I'm sorry, which summary page?
This would be the call flurry on July 19th. I have it as page 120.
I believe that this is what you're... I guess you'll have to unmute me.
Okay.
That'll be right. Is that the one you're referring to?
And I think there was a couple after that as well. Maybe the one that goes all the way from 944 to 1031. Try 118, page 118. There you go.
I don't know which is easier to look at.
Okay. All right. So looking at Rivera's, the location, let's see. So we have on this that Katherine Magbanua tries to call Sigfredo Garcia 6 times between 9:44 and 9:46. Is that correct?
One is a text message.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you. So 5 times in a text message. And then she has an outgoing call to the number that you have as Anthony Ortiz. And while we talk about that, I just wanted to be clear. So that was a number that law enforcement received as a possible number belonging to Anthony Ortiz. But you told us on Friday that was also found in Katherine Magbanua's contacts, iPhone contacts, as belonging to a Jessica Flocka.
That's correct.
Okay. The mother of Luis Rivera's children, do you know what her name is?
Jessica.
Okay. Whoever this is, Jessica or Anthony Ortiz, which they both are familiar with both Garcia and Rivera, right?
Yes.
All right. Then they start participating. The person that Katherine Magbanua calls here then starts participating by calling Sigfredo Garcia on the next line. And then Luis Rivera starts calling Sigfredo Garcia and calls him, texts him, and then calls him right after that.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is all like 1 minute, the next minute, the next minute.
Yes.
Okay. Then it looks like the Ortiz number calls Garcia again. After Luis Rivera does?
Objection leading.
These are leading questions. You need to
Yes,
frame it
sir.
in form of a question and no testifying. Let's leave that up to the witness.
Where was Luis Rivera's location when he made those contacts, outgoing contacts to Sigfredo Garcia?
So for the event, the outgoing voice call that's at 9:50, which I don't know if we can see, is this one. So for the 9:50 through 10:02 events for Mr. Rivera, which the 10:02 would be an incoming voice call from the Ortiz number. For all of those events, he's communicating with cell sites that are consistent with the area of his residence and or the barbershop, which is nearby.
Now, which one of these calls is he no longer consistent with his residence, and where does he go?
Oops. So the next events beginning at 10:04 for Mr. Rivera through 10:23 a.m., so for about 18, 19 minutes. For that time frame, his handset begins communicating with cell sites and sectors that are consistent with moving east, kind of towards the island, and then south, towards the direction of Normandy Isle, but also consistent with Mr. Garcia's residence.
Okay, and Mr. Garcia at the time, you say his residence, who is the information that the investigators had in the case that he was living with at the time, besides maybe Ms. Magbanua?
Stephanie Carmona.
Okay, and you said on Friday that Stephanie Carmona's address was the last address that his phone was consistent with before it was dumped earlier that morning on the 19th?
That's correct.
So that was the last known location that we ever have for that number, was Stephanie Carmona's residence.
Correct.
And when Rivera's handset moves away from his residence that morning after he can't get in, or after his handset cannot get in touch with Garcia's handset, his handset then travels towards Stephanie Carmona's residence where Garcia was staying. Is that the case?
That's correct.
Okay. And then where does it go after it leaves Stephanie Carmona's residence?
So those events, again, from 10:23 on, we have locations at 10:23, 10:34, 10:35. Those are consistent with travel back towards the area of his residence, and really the events beginning at 10:34 are consistent with either his residence or the area of the barbershop.
Okay. And so he's back consistent with his residence by 10:34, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And the last, there's 2 calls down at the bottom of the list that are outgoing from Katherine Magbanua to Luis Rivera. What times are those at?
The one is at 10:23 and the second at 10:31.
Okay. And then at 10:31, whose residence is she consistent with?
For her 10:31 event, it would be consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence.
And then by 10:34, 3 minutes later, he's back consistent with that area as well?
He could be there sooner. I have events at 10:23 with location, and then the next that I have shown here is 10:34. So sometime in that time frame, in that window, he became consistent with the area around his house.
Okay. The defense asked you about what Katherine Magbanua was doing today in the iCloud, where her children were. I have a couple of questions about that. First of all, the iCloud messages that you've been being shown, those are all from Charlie Adelson's iCloud, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And all of the iCloud messages in this case that include Katherine Magbanua are ones that we have from Charles Adelson's iCloud.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there were also things that were deleted from that iCloud, right?
There were, yes.
I want to ask you about the message that they showed you. I've marked this as states 132. I'd enter this in, Judge, as an admission, states 132.
Fine with that one, we wouldn't need a recross on that. To that document entered in, no, no objection.
All right, it'll be minute. I know that I've been provided this before, and the last one that I have is 128 that's coming in, and I want to make sure our numbering's right. So you want this as 132?
Yes, sir. These are the same texts that the defense asked the witness about.
All right, so states 132 is admitted.
Okay, this is what you were shown by the defense. Sir Corbett?
I was asked about these texts, yes.
What time is this saying that, so it looks like Charlie Adelson here is saying, are you going to take the kids to the beach? It's so nice.
Yes, and that's at 12:13 p.m.
12:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And the times and locations that we were looking at earlier, that was from 9:44 to 10:31.
Correct.
Okay. And so then she says, it's beautiful, probably the pool. What time was that?
12:18.
Okay. Then what time does she say she got back to the pool? Back from the pool, I'm sorry.
4:54 p.m.
Okay. So does that indicate she was at the pool the morning of July 19th?
It does not.
Does that indicate that her children were with her from 9:44 to 10:30 a.m.?
It does not.
All right, I want to ask you specifically, can you go back to the slide we were just looking at? Or let me put this back over to you. Now, we saw that, can you go to the next one that shows that she has the 11:23 communication? Okay, you were able to get a location for the 11:23 location, or time. What location was that?
Excuse me. That location was a cell site south of the one.
This one's out of order.
And so all of those text messages that we just saw where she said she might go to the pool that day, referencing her children later in the day, that was all after she was consistent with Mascaro's residence around 11:23.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, you were asked about comfort rental car. We don't know when the car was taken back. I do want to bring something to your attention, though. You said that you received GPS pings, or that comfort rental car receives GPS pings every several hours for these cars. It's not a constant thing, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you the GPS pings that we have in this case for the car rented in June. You could look at the bottom of that location. Each location map at the bottom will tell you the date and time. When is the last GPS ping that we have for that car that was rented in June by Sigfredo Garcia?
Well, I believe the last is going to be June 6th. Yes, the morning of June 6th.
Okay, and that was when the car was consistent with being at Katherine Magbanua's home?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the last location that we have for that car. And then we see that Miss Magbanua's cell phone or handset is back consistent with the comfort rental car location that afternoon,
That's correct.
communicating with that same cell site. And you said that she had only been to that location or communicating with that cell site one other time in June, and that was on June 2nd?
Yes, I do want to make sure I said that correctly the last time. For this particular cell site and sector that we say is consistent with Comfort Rent-A-Car, 3 periods of time, it would be the June 2nd, the June 6th, and then a time in March or April of 2015.
Okay. One other thing in June, could you show us I think it was around 61, the Katherine Magbanua's communication with the Luis Rivera 934 number?
61.
But it's missing.
And this is during the June trip.
Yes, sir. Can you go to, yes, sir, thank you. All right, so I just want to be clear. We have 2 numbers for Luis Rivera in this case. One is the one that's the 570 number, right?
Yes, we have at least 2 numbers.
Okay. And the 570 number is the one that he was actually using during the summer of 2014 that we have call detail records for.
That's correct.
And that's the number that he and Katherine Magbanua called each other and had actual communication on July 19th.
That's correct.
And he called her first that day.
He did.
She then called him back and they exchanged a few different calls.
That's correct.
All right. And that's the one that you were telling us about his locations on a second ago.
That's correct.
And she never, other than that day, never talks to that 570 number again, right?
I believe there are at least a couple of events after that, but that was the first time.
Thank you. Nothing prior to that.
Correct.
That whole summer. Okay. And he called her first from that number.
He did.
It's not a number that she had that she called.
That I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, looking at this number, though, this number, the one that with the 305-934, so I'll just call it at 934, that's the number that you said the defendant had in her phone, and what was the contact name?
It was listed as Tato.
Okay. And can you tell us, she called this number how many times in June?
Just once in June.
And that's what we have here?
Yes,
And she calls it at 10:59 and 17 seconds after 2 outgoing calls to Sigfredo Garcia?
that's correct.
Okay. And then after she calls, and what duration are those calls? The 10:57 and the 10:58?
They're 31 and 34 seconds.
Can you tell whether they connected or went to voicemail?
I cannot.
Okay. After she calls his number twice with those short durations, she then calls Luis Rivera's number, and then does she call Garcia's number immediately again thereafter?
Yes,
Okay. And then it looks like she then sends a text to Sigfredo Garcia immediately after that?
that's correct.
So she's only calls Luis Rivera's 934 number one time in June?
Objection, leading, asked and answered.
Is,
She hasn't completed her question yet, so overruled.
is that correct?
Yes,
Objection, leading, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
And she's calling it, is she calling it during a time that she's also trying to get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia?
yes,
Okay. Same thing for July. Is she also trying to get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia during that time?
she is at different points, yes.
Okay. And she calls the Luis Rivera number how many times in July?
I believe twice.
Okay. And both the June call and the 2 July calls are on their trips to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. The defense asked you about the pattern of communication. When I'm talking about patterns of communication, I mean Donna Adelson never calls Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct.
Charlie Adelson never calls Sigfredo Garcia or Luis Rivera.
Correct.
Okay. It's Donna Adelson contacting Charlie Adelson, Charlie Adelson who's contacting Katherine Magbanua, and Magbanua who's contacting Garcia or Rivera.
Correct.
You got a problem with one. This one's missing, so.
Can you show me what we're missing? 1st messages, do you see any iCloud messages about the domestic incident? Giving us any more insight into that
I do not.
on July 1st, I'm talking about?
I do not.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of a domestic incident. I don't believe that Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson were married.
All right, overruled.
Did you see anything that gave us any insight into any type of incident on July 1st from the iCloud?
I did not.
Okay. Looking at July 2nd, defense asked you a question. I can't remember exactly what it was, but something about them having a conversation about the incident that happened the day before on July 1st. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there anything here where Charlie Adelson says anything other than "this sucks" as far as how their conversation begins?
I'm sorry. He does say other things. He does say this really sucks.
Okay. How does the conversation begin? Could you read it to us?
It begins with, from Miss Magbanua, I haven't slept at all. I spoke to him. I'm so angry and hurt. I don't even know what to do with myself.
Okay, and this was what time on July 2nd?
This is 8:03 p.m.
Okay, and then what does he say in response?
Mr. Adelson responds that, or this really sucks.
Okay, and then what does Ms. Magbanua say in response?
I just don't like the fact that someone else thinks they can make the decisions in my life and to apologize for shit when it's too fucking late.
Okay, what does she say next?
Actually, I believe, she says, I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages.
Objection, just for clarification, I believe that it's Charles Adelson saying that.
All right, yeah, just let's make sure who was clear on the record, who's stating what.
But withdrawn.
Go ahead.
It shows as incoming to him
From who?
from Miss Magbanua.
And what does it say about the message?
I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages is fucking retarded and so childish, but whatever.
And so,
So on the 2nd, she's referencing that someone was childish to leave a message.
Yes.
Okay. And July 1st was the day that you have Garcia leaving a message, leaving a voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you said that you have Katherine Magbanua calling Harvey Adelson's phone. Was that right before or right after Garcia left him a voicemail?
It was after.
Okay. So you have Garcia calling Harvey Adelson's phone, leaving a voicemail, and then Katherine Magbanua calling Harvey Adelson's phone. And does that call connect?
It does.
Okay. And does it go to voicemail?
It does.
Okay. Is the duration even shorter than Garcia's duration with Adelson's voicemail?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you have him calling the 30-second voicemail, then her calling an even shorter message, and then the next morning, her complaining about this to Charlie Adelson, him saying this sucks, and her saying that leaving a message was so childish.
Yes.
All right, I want to show you this one that I've pre-marked and shown to defense as 129. I want to ask you about this one. Did she say something at 12:10 p.m. on March 12th about dinner the night before?
She does.
What does she say?
The message is, I guess, I don't know, he called me and said, have a nice dinner, and to never call him again. I'm like, WTF, question mark.
And what does she say after that?
There's some other exchange, but
After.
He's acting like a child. I don't even call him unless it has to do with the kids.
Okay, and then she says, I love you.
Baby, I love you too. I can't stand not hugging you before we go to bed and not waking up with you.
Okay.
To you.
Is there any indication of what Charlie
There is not.
Okay. And am I missing any messages here?
We could be.
But there's nothing in the iCloud that we can see that shows that.
That's correct.
Okay. I want to ask you about one more. Or actually, two more. The defense showed you one from August where Katherine Magbanua, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she said something like, go on with your life, have a great life.
To that effect, yes.
Did they never communicate again after that?
Oh, they definitely communicate after that.
Okay, so she and Charles Adelson continued to communicate after that text.
They do, yes.
That's not the end of their relationship.
It's not.
Who contacted who more in August and September? Did Charlie contact Katherine more, or did Katherine contact Charlie more?
I don't recall specifically who was initiating more. I know that I've looked at that. But I believe in looking at the communications, Ms. Magbanua more. Just in looking at the messages.
Were they still talking several times a week?
Yes.
He showed you a message where his mother asked if he was eloping with Katherine Magbanua in June of 2014, and he said, no, there's a goodbye tour, and we're going on a goodbye tour in Key West. Does it say goodbye to who in those messages?
It does not.
Could be goodbye to Katherine Magbanua, or it could be goodbye to Daniel Markel. You don't know.
I don't.
I have one more that I want to enter into evidence as states 130.
All right, did you show that to defense counsel?
Yes,
I
sir.
think so, yeah.
Any objection?
I didn't have any objection to any of them.
All right, so states exhibit 130 is admitted.
Do you consider this conversation evidence of a communication between Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia?
I did not.
Why not?
I believe from the content of the communication, it's very clear that the communication did not happen, that Mr. Adelson is being sarcastic in his response, and that at least at this point, Mr. Garcia doesn't even have a phone number for Mr. Adelson. Not quite sure how he would get one if it's not posted online.
So Miss Magbanua says to Mr. Adelson, did Tudo call your phone?
Correct.
So she appears to be worried that that may have happened.
Correct.
And then he says, actually he did. He invited me to go deep sea fishing. It was so nice. Sorry, go deep sea fishing. He was so nice. And then she responds, I'm serious.
Yes.
That's why you took that as a joke?
Well, I think the deep sea fishing is a little sarcasm, and of course, she says yes, that she's being serious, indicating that he's not.
Was there any record of a call from Garcia to Charlie Adelson anywhere in the phone records?
No.
At this point, Judge, that was my last question, but I would ask to approach about one topic.
All right. All right, Ms. Dugan, you've completed your redirect.
No more questions on redirect, Judge?
All right. Okay, Sergeant, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's wait till the witness is out of the courtroom. All right, Ms. Dugan, you have a request?
Yes, sir. At this time, Judge, the state would ask to play the state's 133 and ask to move it into evidence as an admission.
State Exhibit 133. All right, and what's the content? What is the content, not the specific content, but what is, where is this content from?
This was from a prior statement made by the defendant on October 9th of 2019.
And it was in response to what?
Questions by Ms. Katherine.
All right, it'll be admitted as states 133, subject to any previous objections that were made. Okay, this is just a short recording for the jury to hear.
Techs do not believe that Mr. Garcia was actually inviting Mr. Adelson to go deep sea fishing.
You mean Charlie inviting, oh, Mr. Garcia inviting him? No, I believe not.
That was a joke.
I would take it as a joke. I mean, from reading it,
Alright.
being sarcastic.
Well, not just reading it, it was, you were involved in the text, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, so was it a joke or not?
To me, yes, it was a joke.
Okay, so you were worried about Mr. Garcia contacting Mr. Adelson,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't have any knowledge whether he did, or that he actually did.
No.
Okay. Why are your lawyers trying to suggest that Mr. Garcia contacted Mr. Adelson?
Why are they trying to suggest that he contacted him?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Charlie Adelson was the one paying for this murder?
Just repeat that question again.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Mr. Adelson was the one behind this whole thing?
Well, what time?
Ever?
I believe not.
That was all of it.
All right, okay. We're going to break for lunch now. It's 12:30. Okay, we'll break for an hour. We'll give you to 1:30, and then we'll come back and start the testimony again at that time. Please, no conversations with each other, nothing on the internet, no news reports, and we'll see everybody back here at 1:30 to start back with the testimony, okay? Thank you very much. We should Jurors out of the courtroom, the door is closed. Ms. Kappelman, do you intend to start the afternoon session with Ms. Umchinda?
I don't know, Judge, we're having to make some accommodations to witnesses.
Okay.
So I don't.
All right.
It'll either probably be Ms. Inchinda or Ms. Farrell Velasquez.
Okay. All right. And, all right, anything else before we break for lunch?
Yes, Your Honor. When we were sidebar, Ms. Dugan explained that there was a limited statement that she was going to play, and it had to do specifically with the text messages. And we trusted that that's what they were going to present. But Your Honor heard that there was a line of questioning at the end of it where Ms. Kappelman was talking about knowledge of the murder. And obviously that was not part of the topic that was going to be played. But I would want to state for the record now, the government has now opened up the door to a whole bunch of other parts of her testimony by bringing in that little snippet and then cutting it off, that in asking the question about the knowledge of the murder, which had nothing to do with the text messages. So the government wanted to present something about the text messages. They should have done just that. But they've opened up the door now pretty much to all of the testimony as to any knowledge. Because that is our defense, that there is no knowledge, but now you need to have the entire testimony to be able to understand that.
Ms. Dugan?
I don't recall anything in her testimony that there was any knowledge, so I don't know how that would be taken out of context, or, the rule of completeness would be needed for that.
All right, I'm not going to find that it is. The focus of that testimony was in regards to the messages and what the intent of the messages were. And so if you're making any request, I don't know what your request is, but I'm not going to find that it expands any type of rule of completeness to play the entire trial transcript of the previous trial. Okay, we are in recess until 1:30. We'll start back up with the testimony at that time. Chaplain, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please. All right, please be seated. Thank you, everyone, for your timeliness and your patience. We're ready to continue with the testimony, and the state may call its next witness. All right. Ms. Velasquez Mascaro, please. Good afternoon. If you could please come up to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Sure. It's Yendra, Yindra, Velasquez, Velazquez, Mascaro, Mascaro.
Thank you. And what city do you live in?
Miami, Florida.
Are you currently working?
I am.
Okay, and what's your job?
I am a title agent for the state of Florida and the state of Georgia.
Do you know Katherine Magbanua?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's a childhood friend, and she's the godmother to my children, to one of my children.
And did y'all go to high school together?
We did.
Did y'all stay in contact after high school, or did y'all lose touch?
Not really. We lost touch, and then we reconnected.
Do you remember when y'all reconnected?
Yes, October 2011.
Okay. Was it? Do you know that specific date because it was like a special occasion for you?
Yes, it was my 25th birthday.
Okay, so the night of your 25th birthday is when y'all reconnected?
That's correct.
Okay, and then maintained a friendship again after that?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He is the father of her children.
Okay. Did you also go to high school with him?
Not really. I really didn't see him much. I know that he was around, but I didn't really see him much in high school.
Did he and Katherine Magbanua date in high school?
They did.
And did they continue to kind of have a relationship off and on again from high school to 2016?
Yes, they did.
Okay. What about Luis Rivera?
I also know him from childhood.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Katherine Magbanua knew Luis Rivera?
She did.
Okay, and how did she know him?
Through Sigfredo.
Was she closer to Luis Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia closer to Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo was closer to Luis.
Okay. Were Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera kind of like brothers?
Yes.
Prior to Rivera or Garcia's arrest, did you know that Luis Rivera was in a gang?
I did not.
All right, so I want to go back to when you and Katherine Magbanua reconnected at your 25th birthday, you said in October of 2011. What was she doing for a living at the time?
She was doing promos for liquor brands, and also she started working at a dental office.
What does like doing promos for liquor brands, what does that mean?
So if there's a specific liquor that wants to be promoted within a club or anything like that, they'll do promotions within that club or outside of the club to try to, have the brand within the club, the establishment.
And to people that do that work, they might ask people if they want a taste of a certain liquor in a club or at a liquor store?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know the name of the place that, or the, I guess, company she worked for doing that?
I do not.
And you said that would have been in 2011?
Yes.
All right. At some point you said she's also working at a dental office. What was the name of that dental office?
Sophie Dental.
Is that SOFI?
That's correct.
Okay, and that stands for like south of 5th in Miami Beach?
That's correct.
Okay. When did she start working at Sophie Dental?
It's around the same time that we reconnected, so at the latter part of 2011.
Was she working at Sophie Dental in 2013?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, just a second. At some point while she was working at Sophie Dental, did she stop doing the liquor promotion?
She did. She was only working at Sophie Dental. At one point, she stopped doing the promotions all in total.
And while she was working at Sophie Dental, did she get a job as a bartender somewhere?
She did.
Okay, and where was that?
Club Fate.
Where is Club Fate?
It was in Gulfstream Park in Broward County, Florida.
It's not around anymore?
No, I don't think it's open anymore.
In Gulfstream Park, that's kind of like in between Miami and Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, so it's right before, it's like Hollandale Beach, which is the break between Miami-Dade County and Broward County in Florida.
Okay. And so while she's working at Fate, while she's working at Sophie, she gets this job at Fate?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when she began working at Fate?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Would it help if I showed you a prior statement of yours where you talked about that?
Sure.
Okay.
It's her witness. It's her witness.
What is this, the devil?
Okay. And if you could read just page 44 there to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when was it that she was working as a bartender at Fade and also working at the dental office?
The latter part of 2013.
Okay, so latter part of 2013, she's at both Sophie Dental and Fate?
Yes.
All right, and was she still doing liquor promotions at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did she eventually stop working in the dental office?
She did.
What was Club Fate like
Just
back in 2013-ish area?
just a regular nightclub. The regulars would go there. It was, Gulfstream Park is a really big establishment where they have different bars and restaurants, so just your regular nightclub.
Okay. And how long did she work at Club Fate?
Just a couple of months.
And did she work as just a bartender at Club Fate or a bartender and a waitress?
She did both at one point, but then she ultimately just started bartending in total.
Okay. Did she eventually leave Club Fate after
She
a
did.
few months? Okay. Why did she leave Club Fate?
They were having some accounting issues that she told me about, that, the checks were bouncing, so she was like, this is not for me, and she left.
So checks bouncing, obviously, she was receiving a paycheck. It wasn't coming through.
That is correct.
Okay. After she quit Fate because of not getting paid, did she get another job?
Yes,
And where was that?
at Hollywood Live.
And what is Hollywood Live?
It's another club. It's smaller than, this club. It's more of a locals place in Hollywood, Florida.
Okay. And can you tell me anything else about the club? Like what you say it's like a local place. Are they known for anything in particular? Can you
It was a
describe
Haitian club.
Okay.
So it was a lot
Did
of
you
the
say
Haitian community.
Haitian or?
Haitian.
Haitian,
Yes.
okay.
A lot of the Haitian community would go there. Everybody pretty much knew each other. They had like live bands sometimes. They had salsa classes,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And what did she do at Hollywood Live?
At one point, she was bartending and doing bottle service, and then I stayed doing bottle service, and she ultimately was only bartending.
I've left a couple of items up on the witness stand for you that have been previously shown to the defense. They're
Okay.
86A through D.
Okay.
If you could grab them, those are the Google Maps. Just want to ask
Oh.
you about those.
Okay.
Do you recognize what you see in those pictures?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Are those true and accurate depictions of where Hollywood Live is located and kind of the front of Hollywood Live?
Yes.
Okay, at this point, I'd move in 86A through D.
Any objection?
Your Honor, my only objection is I haven't seen that, and I don't know when that picture was taken. Was that in 2016 or?
All right, well, I thought they'd previously seen them.
We've previously shown the defense all of our evidence, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and make sure that Ms. Kawash knows which one that we're dealing with, please.
Yes, Your Honor, so my objection would be to 86D, because she has no idea when this picture was taken. I believe it was taken in 2021.
All right,
It's
well,
not a fair and accurate representation.
I thought we were just dealing with the map at this time.
It's a map and a picture of the front of the club, which I asked her whether those were true and accurate depictions of the location in the front of the club.
All right, they'll be admitted as states 86A through D.
Did you see the other?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also going to ask her about states 35. Which, okay.
That's already admitted or not? No.
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, I just want to ask you a couple of questions about Hollywood Live. This is 86A for the record.
ma'am.
Okay. This little arrow, this is showing where Hollywood Live is located,
Yes.
and you said it's in the town of Hollywood?
Yes.
Okay. And 86B, just a little closer of a view of where Hollywood Live is here.
That's correct.
And would this be kind of like looking at the exact street that Hollywood Live is on?
Yes.
And just for the record, is it here next to the OM spot across from Subway?
Yes.
Okay. On Highway 820?
Yes.
And looking at 86D, what do we see here?
The front of the club.
Okay. So if you're driving by, this is what Hollywood Live looks like.
Yes.
Did you work at Hollywood Live at the same time as Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do at Hollywood Live?
I was a bottle service girl.
Okay, and you said that Katherine Magbanua did bottle service, then went to bartending?
Yes.
Okay. What is bottle service?
So basically, people come to the club, they order a bottle, and then you have to come out. You come out with a sparkler, you serve them, and you're their waitress ultimately throughout the evening, depending on how many tables you have throughout the night.
Okay. And that's what you did there?
Yes.
All right, so how long did Katherine Magbanua work at Hollywood Live?
She also did work there for a couple of months, just like in Club Fate.
What was the last
Just
part?
like in Club Fate.
Okay. So a couple of months meaning like 2 or 3 months, or a couple of months like over 6 months?
About 6 months, I want to say.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you, for the record, page 36 of your deposition, lines 2 through 6.
Your Honor, objection, improper refreshing or impeachment.
All right, is there a question or what?
I asked her how long Katherine Magbanua worked at Hollywood Live, and now
All right.
I'm showing her
Well, she answered the question,
yes, sir.
so she doesn't need to refresh if she's answered the question.
Yes, sir, it's an impeachment.
The state can't.
All right, well
impeach
then you can do the impeachment from right there. But if you want to show it to her, you can.
Your Honor, the case law is clear. The state may not impeach their own witness.
I think we can't call a witness for the sole purpose of impeachment.
All right, I'll allow you to show that to her. Make sure that Ms. Kwas knows what page we're dealing with.
Yes, sir. Just looking at page 36, line 2 through 6.
All right.
Is that, I apologize, Judge, depo or?
The depo.
Okay, thank you.
36, 2 through 6.
And I know this was a while ago, and you
Yeah.
gave another state, right. Reading your deposition, you said at that point that how long had she been at Hollywood Live was the question, and you said a couple of months. It couldn't have been more than that, maybe 2 or 3 months?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll just object to improper impeachment. That's exactly what she testified.
Overruled.
All right, how does Hollywood Live pay their employees?
It was an all-cash place.
Okay, so they wouldn't pay in a paycheck at all?
At all.
Okay. And did you ever fill out an employment application or any other type of employment records with them?
Nothing.
Just straight up cash business?
Yes, they had my first name and my phone number.
Okay.
That's it.
So you show up and you keep what you're tipped and you go home?
That's it.
Okay. How long did you work at Hollywood Live?
Also a couple of months. I quit right around July. So I only worked there a couple of months.
Okay. Do you remember, I guess, the exact date that you decided to no longer work there?
Yes, 4th of July.
4th of July?
Yes.
Why do you remember that date so vividly?
Because I found out I was pregnant that day.
Okay. Now, did Katherine Magbanua quit working at Hollywood Live before you or after you?
Before me.
So she would have quit then before July 4th of 2014?
That's correct.
About how long did you work at Hollywood Live after Katherine Magbanua quit?
About 2 months.
So the timeline would have been, she no longer works there, about 2 months passed, you find out that you're pregnant on July 4th, and then you stop working there that month as well.
That's correct.
Okay. July 4th of 2014, I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know why she quit working at Hollywood Live?
She just said that she didn't want to do the club scene anymore.
How much would you make per night at Hollywood Live on average?
On an average night that it wasn't busy, maybe $100, $200 on that night.
So an average night, $100 or $200. What about a really good night?
Anywhere between $400 and $500.
And that's what you would make on like one of your best nights there?
That's correct.
Okay. And on average, 100, maybe between 100 or 200. How often would you have a night where you make like $400 or $500?
It wasn't very often. It was like, unless it was like birthday parties or like something like that really going on, or like a special event that they had, because sometimes they had bands that would come in. Unless it was like that, it was very busy. Those were really the only nights.
Okay. So would that be like once a month or
Yeah,
less
probably
or more?
once or twice a month. It wasn't very often.
Okay. So your average nights, 100 to 200. One of your best nights, 400 to 500, and you could do that like once a month there?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would Katherine Magbanua work at Hollywood Live?
We would pretty much work around the same time. We worked on the weekends because I had a regular 9-to-5 job, so I could only work on the weekends. So I normally would only work, I would work Fridays and Saturdays, and she would pretty much work the same.
So a Friday and a Saturday?
That's correct.
And those are probably, I mean, like the busiest nights at a nightclub, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she would have been doing the Fridays and Saturdays. That would have been then about around 2 months prior to July of 2014.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So tell me about, did you then go to a dermatologist's office after that?
She did.
Okay. What was that called? Do you remember?
Broward Dermatology.
Okay. And who was her boss there?
Charlie's ex-roommate, or his roommate at the time.
And when you say Charlie, you mean Charles Adelson? Charlie
I do.
Adelson? Okay. And I'll talk to him, we'll talk more about him in just a second, but
Okay.
Charlie Adelson's friend and former roommate was the doctor and the boss at Broward Dermatology.
Yes.
Do you remember what his name is?
I do not.
Okay. How long did Katherine Magbanua work at Broward Dermatology?
She didn't work there very long at all. A couple months as well.
A few months? Okay.
Yes.
Where did she work after leaving the dermatology office?
She was working with me again at Optimar Realty.
Okay. So it went the Liquor Promotions, Sophie Dental, Fate, Hollywood Live, Broward Dermatology, Optimar Realty.
Correct.
Okay. And what was she doing at Optimar? Or let me ask you first, at Broward Dermatology, do you know what she did there?
I believe she was doing insurance verification, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay,
That's
kind of
what
like
she
front office clerical work?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what about at Optimar Realty?
She was the assistant to one of the realtors there.
Did she work anywhere in between Hollywood Live and Broward Dermatology?
I'm not aware.
Okay. How are you paid at Optimar Realty?
Me, myself, I worked within the real estate office. I did not work for the real estate office. I worked independently with a title company that was located within the real estate office. So I was paid bi-weekly direct deposit.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of how Katherine Magbanua was paid?
I do not.
How long did she work as an assistant or at Optimar Realty with a realtor?
She worked there right up until May of 2016.
Okay. Was that up until Sigfredo Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
Okay. Did she work there a full month or less than a month?
Probably about a month.
About a month?
Yeah.
And she stopped working as of the day Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
What did Katherine Magbanua tell you about whether Garcia provided financial support for her and the kids before 2016?
So she did tell me that it was very hard for her to get money from him, as support for the children. It was always a struggle to get money from him.
Okay. And what did Katherine Magbanua actually do in January 2015 to try to force him to support her and the kids financially?
I believe she had gone to an attorney. She had mentioned that she had gone to an attorney to get child support from him formally.
To have him put on child support?
That's correct.
Did Garcia ever have a steady job?
Not that I know of, until the very last job, which was really the only job that I knew of. He was working for a capital funding company.
Okay. Was it Rapid Capital Funding? Does
That's
that sound
correct.
familiar? Okay. And that was like 2016
Yes.
time? Okay. And once he started working there, at that point, he started helping her financially more?
Yes.
Prior to that, you said you don't know of any steady employment for him?
I do not.
Okay. All right. So you mentioned Charles Adelson earlier. How did you know him?
They were dating. Katie and him were dating.
Okay. And Katie, is that Katherine Magbanua's nickname?
Yes.
Okay. How did she meet Charles Adelson?
She met him at the dental office that she was previously working at.
Was that the Sophie Dental?
Yes.
Okay. And she was working there, you said, back in 2013?
Yes.
Was he like a dentist there, or what was his role there?
No, so he's a periodontist, so he would come in only if they needed to have a surgery done or something like that. He wasn't employed fully for that Sophie Dental. He would just come in as a specialist.
Okay. So he goes there, he meets her. At some point, they start dating. Or would that be around the end of 2013?
Yes.
About how long did they date?
I want to say a year.
Okay. So, and you said, when did they start dating? Around about?
2013 about.
Okay. So, if they started dating at the end of 2013, you're saying then they would dated till the end of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to put, you previously said they started at the end of 2013 in prior statements, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't want to put words in your mouth. All right, so did you ever meet Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did she bring him around like all the time, or what was that like?
No. I met him twice, once in a social setting, and the other time was the day of the picture.
Okay, the picture I'll ask you about in a second.
Yeah.
All right, did she talk about Charlie Adelson a lot?
Not too much.
When she was dating Charlie Adelson, was Garcia still in the picture?
Yes,
Okay, they had children together, right?
that's correct.
Okay. Did Katherine Magbanua try to keep Charles Adelson separate, though, from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Okay, so they're not all hanging out together, anything like that?
No.
Was Sigfredo Garcia jealous of Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Did Sigfredo Garcia ever confront Charlie Adelson?
I only know of one instance, and it wasn't, he didn't talk to him really. It was.
And how do you know about this? Let me ask you first of all.
Katie told me about it.
Can you tell me what she said?
She stated that they were leaving her apartment when she lived in North Bay Village, and that he blocked the car that they were in because they were going out. They were going jet skiing, if I'm not mistaken, and that he blocked the car, for them not to be able to leave.
Okay. Garcia blocked
Correct.
Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua for leaving.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that Garcia, from what she told you, Garcia and Charlie never talked, but he was creating some type of disturbance.
scene.
Garcia was causing
Yeah.
a scene. Okay. What did she tell you about what happened? Like, how did it end?
Oh, they just ended up driving off.
Okay.
After he eventually moved the car and they just drove off.
Okay. So there's never any direct communication, but it's screaming, yelling, causing a scene, and then they leave.
Yes.
Now, after that, I guess, like, bout of jealousy, disturbing a scene, or causing a scene by Garcia, did Katherine Magbanua tell you about something Garcia did that embarrassed her?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She told me that he retrieved, or what he thought was, Charlie's phone number from her cell phone. And it ended up being that it wasn't Charlie's phone number, it was actually his father's phone number, and that he left a very nasty voicemail on the phone.
He leaves a very nasty voicemail for Charlie's dad.
Yes, but he thought it was Charlie that he was leaving the voicemail for, but it ended up being Harvey.
Okay. And how did she feel that her ex has called her boyfriend's dad and left a nasty voicemail?
She was really embarrassed.
Yeah. Do you remember when all this would have happened?
I'm sorry, when what would have happened?
When Sigfredo Garcia is blocking the driveway and making a scene?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Would it your refresh your recollection to see what, if anything, you said about when that could have occurred from your
Sure.
deposition?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, I'm looking at page 52 of the deposition, lines 20 through 22. I know you may not know the exact date. Do you remember whether you were pregnant or not yet?
I was not.
Okay. Now, when Charlie Adelson was dating Katherine Magbanua, from what she told you, did he have like a house on the water,
Yes.
multiple vehicles, including a Ferrari,
Yes.
a boat?
Yes.
During the time that Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson were dating, did Katherine Magbanua get a breast augmentation?
She did.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I was full on pregnant at the time, so I want to say it was at the end of 2014.
And how did she find the doctor to perform the breast augmentation?
I believe Charlie knew the doctor, and recommended the doctor.
Did she tell you how much it was going to cost?
She approximated that it would be around $6,000 or $7,000. That was her approximate.
Okay, so she didn't say it costs this amount of dollars and this amount of cents, but she thought that it might be about that.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who took care of Katherine Magbanua during her recovery from the breast augmentation?
Yes, Sigfredo took care of her.
Okay. But she was still, you think she was still seeing Charlie Adelson at the time?
Yes,
Have you ever met Charlie Adelson's sister, Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And when was that you met her?
Father's Day weekend
Of what year?
of 2014.
Okay. Did I show, or where was that you met her?
At Charlie's parents' house at the residence off of, I believe they live on 2nd Street, if I'm not mistaken, downstairs by the pool.
Okay. And did I show you earlier, which states Exhibit 35, I believe, a picture from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you remember from that day?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move States 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 35 is admitted.
Motion to publish?
Yes.
Who do we see here?
That's my myself on the far right, Wendy in the middle, and Katie on the left.
And you said Father's Day of 2014, so that would have been in June of 2014?
Correct.
Do you remember around the time that Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson broke up?
I don't recall.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of your trial testimony where you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay.
I have something.
You have
here.
it? Okay.
Is it this?
Yeah.
Okay.
If, thank you. I would have been looking all over.
Hold on one
the-
second. Let's make sure, I don't want her reading other portions of it, if that.
Yes,
So
sir.
are you going to a specific page, and do you have a copy of it?
I have a copy, Judge. I just didn't know it was up there open and.
All right, well, she had referred to it once before.
Okay.
I think it stayed on the same page. I can't see it. But
Have
is there a
you-
particular page that you want her to refer to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you could look at page 54, lines 18 through 21 of your trial transcript.
What was the line number?
18 through 21.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Did that refresh your recollection about when you remember them breaking up?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was either January or February of 2015.
And from what you were told, who, if anybody, told you any details of their breakup?
There really wasn't any details. It was amicable. They just broke up.
Did she tell you who broke up with who?
She did not.
Okay. If you could look back at those looking at lines 18 through 19 of page 54.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I'm gonna object at this point just to improper refresh or impeachment. She hasn't said she doesn't remember that.
She's refreshing her recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection about who broke up with who?
Yes.
And who was that?
She broke up with Mr. Adelson.
Katherine Magbanua broke up with Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Now, you said that would have been January, February 2015. Did Katherine Magbanua ever get back with Sigfredo Garcia after that?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in May of 2015.
Okay. Do you remember a specific occasion that was going on that helps you remember when that was?
Yes, we went to watch the Manny Pacquiao fight.
And so beginning in May of 2015, when that fight was, that's kind of when they got back together and stayed together after that?
Yes, that evening.
Okay. And did they begin, and when I say they, I mean Garcia and Katherine Magbanua begin living together after they got back together in May of 2015?
Yes, they did.
All right. Back in 2014, did Katherine Magbanua drive a Mazda vehicle?
She did.
All right. At some point in 2015, did it break down?
Yeah, it was having some issues.
All right. After it broke down, did Charlie Adelson give Katherine Magbanua a car?
Yes.
All right. And how do you know that he gave her the car?
She stated that he had given her the car to help her get her kids around and stuff like that.
Okay. So she said he gave it to her, not that she bought it from him.
Yeah, that he let her use it in order for her to get her kids around and stuff.
Okay. Were you aware of her giving him any money for the car?
No.
Do you recognize the second vehicle in that car?
Yes.
I mean, in that picture?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you recognize it to be?
That's the Lexus that she was driving at the time.
And what color is it?
Black.
Was it new?
No, but it was in really good shape.
Okay, so used but in good shape?
Yeah.
Can you describe and have you ever been inside the car
Yes.
and seen it in person from the outside?
Yes.
What condition was it in?
It was in really good condition. It was pristine.
When Charlie Adelson gave her that Lexus, who was she in a relationship with at the time?
With Sigfredo.
Okay. All right. How often would you watch Katherine Magbanua's children?
Not often at all.
Was there a time that she asked you to watch her children in July of 2014?
Yes.
And what was your address in July of 2014?
10735 Northeast 9th Place.
Maybe 9th Ave?
9th Ave,
Okay.
Biscayne Park.
All right. And how long did the kids stay with you in July of 2014?
It was just one night.
Okay. The next morning, after the kids woke up, did you speak to Miss Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. What did she tell you that had happened?
She told me that Charlie's brother-in-law had gotten into an accident.
What type of accident did she say that Charlie Adelson's brother-in-law had?
A car accident.
Did you have any idea at the time that Charlie Adelson's brother-in-law had actually been murdered?
No, ma'am.
The day before? Okay. You didn't realize that until Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
In May of 2016, when Garcia was arrested, were he and Katherine Magbanua still together at that point?
Yes.
Did you have plans with both of them around the time that he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Where were y'all going to go?
We were going to Disney.
Okay. And was that going to be a couple days later?
Yeah, we were supposed to go to Disney that same weekend.
Okay, so he was arrested on a weekday, and then that weekend y'all were supposed to go?
Yes.
All right. Y'all didn't end up going to Disney, right?
I went.
You went. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Katherine Magbanua did not.
She did not.
Okay. How much contact did you have with Katherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
Not too much. I would just, ask her how the kids were doing, how she was doing. Very, nothing too in-depth. Just wanted to make sure that she was okay.
Did she ever talk to you about his arrest?
No.
Are you aware of any relationship between Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson's parents, Donna and Harvey?
Just a professional relationship. I believe he would do her cleanings. Harvey would do her dental cleanings, and
Okay.
I believe he also did pull some teeth.
Okay. So nothing other than a patient-dentist relationship?
That's correct.
Did she ever work for Adelson Institute?
I'm not sure.
Did she ever work for Charlie Adelson?
I'm not sure.
Did she ever mention to you that she'd work for Adelson Institute or Charlie Adelson?
Not indirect in telling me that she was working there, no. Just that she did tell me about Charlie helping her with some paperwork for insurance for her children, because she needed to get health care for them, and that was the only way that she was able to.
Okay. My question, did she ever work for Adelson Institute, though, or Charlie Adelson, that you are aware of?
I am not aware.
You're not aware that she did?
No.
Okay. And when the statement that she did made, it was because she needed help with some paperwork. She never said, I'm working for Charlie now, or I'm working for Adelson Institute now?
No.
Right. I just want to clarify. When you say you were not pregnant yet at the time of this incident in the parking lot where Garcia caused a scene and they had to leave, you had not found out you were pregnant yet?
I had not found out I was pregnant.
Okay. So it would have been prior to July 4th of 2014?
That's correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, can you gather these items? 54 has not been admitted into evidence. Have any objection? 54 admitted into evidence. Ms. Kawaz?
Only improper foundation, Judge. I know she identified that as the car, but I don't know the date or time whenever that picture was taken.
Overruled. Be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 54.
All right, I'm looking here at 54. Which one was the car that you said was the Lexus that Charlie Edelson gave to Catherine Magbanua?
The vehicle on the right,
The vehicle on the right here?
that one right there.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Mascaro. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
You doing well?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to take you back to the time because you are one of the very few people that know all of the, what the state likes to call the players in this case, right?
Correct.
You had a personal relationship with Ms. Magbanua.
Yes.
You had a personal relationship with Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
And you knew of Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you all as a group kind of all grew up in the same area and all went to high school together?
Yes.
Okay. Just because you all know each other doesn't mean you're all super, super close.
No.
All right. Now, you've known Katie since she was in high school, right?
Yes.
That would be Miami Beach Senior High?
Yes.
All right. Now, you weren't that close in high school, but you just kind of rekindled your friendship, you said, when you were on your 25th birthday, right?
Yes.
This was after you attended college at Johnson & Wales, right?
Yes.
And Katie actually went to the University of Central Florida, right?
Correct.
Right. Do you know what she got her degree in?
I don't remember. I know it was like pharmaceutical sales, maybe, something of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she did get her a degree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Katie has had 2 children at the time, right?
Yes.
All right. And there's her son, Ethan, right?
Correct.
And her daughter, Kaylee, right?
Yes.
Now, it was around the time that she had Kaylee that you two became close.
Yes.
And you remember that conversation when when you two rekindled, that she was saying, oh, I just had Kaylee.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you potentially bonded over, right?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe Katie as a mother?
Overruled.
She was a great mom.
Okay. Would you describe her as one of the best mothers you've ever known?
Yes.
All right. And her children are everything to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when she had Kaylee, she had just ended her relationship with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
And he was the father of both of her kids.
Correct.
And did you know why Katie broke up with Sigfredo?
She mentioned like there was a lot of drug use and stuff like that she was not okay with.
Okay.
And
do you know which drugs?
Cocaine.
Okay. So she expressed to you that he had a cocaine problem.
Yes.
And that was a no-no in her household.
Correct.
Okay. You've never seen Katherine consume cocaine or even be near it.
No, ma'am.
Okay. That is not something that is in her lifestyle.
No.
All right. Now, at the time that she broke up with Garcia, she kicks him out of the apartment, right?
Yes.
And she is living in the apartment in North Bay Village with her 2 kids, and who else?
And her mom.
Okay. What's her mother's name?
I forgot.
Okay. But it's Katie's mom. All right.
Yeah.
And Katie's mom was around helping her with the kids.
Yes.
So she had direct knowledge of everything Katie was doing at around the times that we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the police ever went to interview her about any information about Katie?
Objection, speculation.
If she knows.
Interview who? I'm sorry.
Her mom.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, her mom isn't the only family she has in town, right?
No.
Okay, she has a brother, right?
Yes.
At the time, married with kids?
Yes.
Did you know where he lived?
I believe Coral Springs, if I'm not mistaken.
In Fort Lauderdale, right?
Correct.
Around the same area or in around the same vicinity or up north, like where Charlie lives?
Yes.
All right. He has kids?
He does?
All right. And you also knew Katie's mom was a nurse, right?
Correct.
All right. And she worked at, for as long as you knew her?
Yes.
All right. And do you know when she kicked Sigfredo out, where did Sigfredo end up going?
I have no idea.
All right. And now, you are not Katie's only very close friend. female friend, right?
Correct.
You are aware of there's her other best friend, Kenya.
Yes.
She also has another female best friend, Maria.
Correct.
All right. And probably others that you don't even know about, right?
Yes.
And at this time that we're talking about, Katie was a single mother of 2 kids, right?
Yes.
You know from her firsthand knowledge of how busy a single mother can be taking care of 2 very small children, right?
Yes.
Not much time left for many activities.
No.
It's all just your kids. And especially if you don't have a father who's helping too much, it kind of all falls on you, right?
Correct.
So you'd said on direct she would sometimes do liquor promotions,
Yes.
all right? And like you said, this paid in cash.
Yes.
She also got a job as a bartender,
Yes.
all right? Paid in cash.
Yes.
And at some point you said she was doing bottle service at one of the clubs, right?
Yes.
Now I want you to explain this to the jury because bottle service is kind of like a Miami, Vegas type. If you're not in one of the very big cities, this is not something that is, you at every single bar across America, right?
Correct.
It's this specialty thing where people can come in and they pay a ridiculous amount of money for a bottle, right?
Yes.
So it's like a bottle of Patron would probably cost $1,000.
Well, not 1,000.
Not 1,000, but
No.
something along that. It comes with the idea that you can bring all these people with you,
Yes.
and then you get your VIP table,
Correct.
and then the girls are gonna come out with the bottle and the sparklers,
Yes.
and make it all a big, so everyone can see, oh look, I'm spending my money,
Correct.
right? And then the girls get tipped at the end, right?
Yes.
And girls in this industry in Miami can make a significant amount of money, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm not even talking about where you guys work.
No.
The girls even down on South Beach can make up to the thousands, right?
That's correct.
You could even have a customer who may just take a liking to you, right?
Correct.
Drop $1,000 on you that night.
Yes.
All right. Now, one thing I do want to talk to you about before I forget. Please don't slide. Okay. And I am referring courts and counsel to what's been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 86D. This photograph right here. Okay. Let's talk about some obvious things first, right? That's in the daytime, right?
Yes.
You have no idea when this picture was taken?
No.
Would it surprise you that it was taken during the pandemic?
Overruled. You
Would
can,
it surprise you to know that this picture was taken during the pandemic?
Yeah.
It looks closed, right?
Yeah.
There are no cars there,
No.
including the business beside it is closed.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that during the pandemic, many, many, many businesses had to close,
Yes.
especially businesses that were bars and restaurants, correct?
Yes.
Had they gone and taken a picture in 2016 at night, it might look a little different, right?
Yes.
Patrons, cars, all those things, right?
Yes.
So that picture is not a fair and accurate representation of what the club looked like when you guys worked there.
No.
Now, let's talk about some more of the problems that Katie told you that she was having with Sigfredo, right?
Okay.
Okay. She always complained that he was in and out of jail.
Yes.
She told you that not only did she not want that around her, but more importantly, she didn't want that around her kids.
Correct.
She was not happy that he was living a bachelor lifestyle.
Correct.
Right? And at one point, he was actually living with a porn star.
Yes.
That would be Shrimp, right?
Correct.
Stephanie Carmona.
I don't know her real name, but
that's
I
Shrimp.
just knew her as Shrimp.
Okay.
Yes.
And she also was heavily using cocaine.
Yes.
Now, you also know Luis Rivera.
Yes.
Now, as you said, you're not that close with him, but you know of him and his family.
Yes.
He has a very big family, right?
Yes.
You went to school with a lot of his siblings.
Correct.
Okay. How many siblings does he have?
I believe he has 4 other siblings, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And he's very, very close to his sister, Maria Rivera, right?
Yes.
They are like thick as thieves.
Yes.
You know her too.
I do.
She's very protective of her brother, isn't she?
Yes.
And him of her.
Yes.
Now, you weren't close to Louis.
No.
Neither was Katie, right?
No.
Sigfredo and Luis were close.
Yes.
And you never heard ever in your presence Katie talking to Luis Rivera on the phone.
No.
That would be odd to you if
Yes.
they were having a conversation on the phone.
Yes.
And especially too, if she's broken up with Sigfredo at the time, there really is no reason unless she's looking for Sigfredo to call him.
Yes.
All right. And it's fair to say that if she's trying to find Sigfredo and he's not answering his phone, the next best person to call, if she had the correct number, would be Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
All right. Now, Katie, back then, we've spoken about many jobs that she's had, right?
Yes.
Now, I know the state tried to piecemeal and like pigeonhole these time frames, but
Object to disparaging counsel.
I don't know what the question is.
I
Ask
just
the
said
question.
they were trying to pigeonhole time frames. Okay?
All right,
Truncate.
go, okay, you can continue.
Okay. They were trying to get certain time frames out of you of when Katie was doing what, right?
Correct.
Now, you'd agree with me, we're talking about something 2014, we're getting close to almost 10 years ago, right?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that if there was, for example, a record of a paycheck she received from Club Fate, that would be a better representation of when she was working there?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the jury would rely on that more so than your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So if they had records too from Hollywood Live of when she worked there, you would agree with me that that would be a better piece of evidence to rely on than your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Also too, if there are photographs of her, I'd say on her Facebook working at the club,
Yes.
that would also, it says the time and date of when she actually worked there.
Correct.
So when you testified on direct as to certain time frames, is it fair to say this is as best as you can recollect?
Yes.
You may be off on some of the dates and times, right?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, around this time, how old was Ethan? Was he still a toddler?
Not a toddler, but
I may be saying that wrong. I mean, I don't know where toddler ends.
he wasn't that small.
Okay.
Because now Ethan is gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, 15 maybe?
So we could say about like 7?
Yes.
Around that
Yes.
time. But still a very young child.
Yes.
Okay. Now our daughter Kaylee though was a baby.
Yeah,
toddler.
she was a baby.
All right. Now, this is not a situation where Miss Magbanua could go whenever she wanted and go spend the night at her boyfriend's house, right?
No.
Because she had to take care of her kids.
Yes.
And she couldn't leave Kaylee too much, especially if she's breastfeeding, right?
Correct.
Now, you met Charles Adelson's a few months after Katie began dating him.
Yes.
And you all hung out together one night in Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, we did.
Now, isn't it true that the relationship between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua was not a serious relationship?
It was not.
Okay, it was a casual dating situation, right?
Yes.
She never expected anything to come out of this with Charles Adelson, right?
No.
Did she express to you that she was very well aware of the fact that he was kind of like a non-committal type?
Yes.
Okay. But she never expressed any frustration with that to you?
No.
And she never classified him as her boyfriend?
Never.
She never said to you she wanted to marry him?
No.
And would it be fair to say that Charlie was kind of almost like a rebound
Yes.
from Sigfredo?
Yes.
As far as you knew, for 10 years, she was only dating and seeing Sigfredo.
Yes.
And so this is the first guy she sees after having a serious breakup with Sigfredo.
Yes.
Katie's not a girl that just goes around and randomly dates hundreds of guys, right?
No.
She sticks to the guy that she's seeing at the time.
Yes.
Now, at some point, Katie and Charlie stopped dating.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said it wasn't like a big blow-up breakup,
No.
so that we can't really pinpoint the day that it occurred.
Correct.
If there was, let's say, a text message from Katherine to Sigfredo on his iCloud, that would be more of a fair, representation of when the relationship ended between them, right?
Yes.
I know you're trying to go back. You know it happened in 2015, but you can't say for certain to this jury that it was at the end of 2015.
No.
I'm sorry, 2014.
No.
Right. So now, throughout the time from when you believe she broke up with Charlie up until Sigfredo was arrested, You were aware that they continued talking as friends, right?
Yes.
He continuously called her throughout that time.
Yes.
There was never a time that they stopped communicating with each other.
No.
He was remaining friends with one of the girls that he's seen before.
Yes.
And she had no problem remaining friends with him.
Correct.
It'd be fair to say that she probably didn't keep that information or didn't let Sigfredo know that when they got back together.
No.
All right. Now, in October of 2014 is
Yes.
when Katie got her breast enhancement surgery. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And her medical records would be a fair representation of when that occurred.
Yes.
And also, too, if there's any pictures that show the before and after, you can kind of tell.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you've known Katie since high school.
Yes.
Has she always wanted to get breast enhancement surgery?
Yes.
This is not something that, oh, poof, I just decided to get them when I started dating Charles Ailson.
No.
She's always said she wanted to get them, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Katie found a doctor that was recommended by Charlie?
Yes.
And this is someone he knew.
Yes.
Because in that industry in Miami, I know he's a dentist, but, you know, doctors, dentists, they kind of all know each other, right?
Yes.
And it's true that this plastic surgeon is one of the top plastic surgeons in South Florida.
Yes, he is.
I mean, according to his advertising.
Yes.
All right. And at the time of the surgery, Sigfredo, like you said, took care of her.
Yes, he did.
But after the surgery, she can't lift her arms.
No.
She can't lift anything.
No.
She's bedridden.
Yes.
2 small kids.
Yes.
So he was not only helping take care of her, he was helping take care of the kids.
He was.
All right. The father.
The father, yes.
All right. And it was common knowledge that Katie was dating Charlie, the dentist, amongst you guys and your friends, right?
Yes.
This wasn't a secret.
No.
Everyone knew, including Sigfredo.
Yes.
And he did not like that Katie, the mother of his children, was dating another man.
Correct.
Now, even though they're broken up and he's doing whatever he wants to do, it's just didn't like that his mother was seeing another. The mother of his kids was seeing someone else.
That's correct.
All right. Now, in January of 2015, isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia got into a motorcycle accident with Shrimp on the back seat?
Yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say that at that time they were probably not back together yet.
No.
All right. She actually was about to go on a trip to Disney
Yes.
and found out that he got into this motorcycle accident with her on the back,
Yes.
and she was not happy about it.
At all.
And you don't know exactly when, the date, time, when she and Charlie ended their intimate relationship and it turned more into a friendship.
I do not.
All right. Now, she also told you that she stopped dating Charlie.
I would object to hearsay.
And Your Honor,
What was your question? State it again.
that she Katie told him that she stopped dating Charles because she did not want problems to arise from her being with Charlie.
All right, I'll allow that.
Yes.
Okay. And Charles was supportive of her actually getting back together with Sigfredo, right?
He was.
Katie also didn't want any more violence or any potential blow-ups between Garcia and Charles, right?
Correct.
And that's because we already know, because we've discussed this, about that confrontation that you were made aware about in July of 2014.
Yes.
And you had said Sigfredo actually pulled up while Charlie and Katie were getting into the vehicle to go on a date, right?
Yes.
What vehicle was that?
Whose vehicle? I'm sorry.
That they were in? They were in the Lexus, right?
Who?
Katie.
Yes.
Katie and Charlie were in the Lexus.
Yes.
And Sigfredo pulls up out of nowhere, blocks them in, jumps out the car, and starts going off on them.
Yes.
Katie never actually told you so that she could hear what was being said.
No.
All right. And like you said, Charles was able to somehow divert and just get out of the way.
That's correct.
All right. Now, it wasn't, like you said, May of 2015. So that's about a year after, getting up close to a year after July of 2014, which is when the murder occurred. That's when they actually finally reconciled.
In 2015, yes.
In 2015. And like you said, everyone says it's at the Pacquiao fight.
Yes.
Right? That was a fight that they had everybody come over so that all your friends and everyone could watch a fight together.
That's
right?
correct.
And you were there?
I was. Katie was there.
She was.
Sigfredo was there.
Yes.
Luis Rivera was there.
Yes.
Who is the mother of Luis Rivera's children?
Jessica.
She's one of them.
She's
right?
one of them.
Because he has several.
He does.
Okay. And so she was around and dating Luis around the time all of this took place, right?
That's correct.
All right. So she would probably know a lot about this case too.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
All right. Now, right after that is when Luis Rivera gets indicted by the federal government for racketeering.
Yes.
All of you heard about that.
Everybody.
Was it just all over? Was it on the news, or this is just something
It
that kind of
was-
spread around your group of friends?
Both. It was on the news, it was Facebook, it was everywhere.
And up until that point, you had no idea that Luis Rivera was actively in a gang since he was 15 years old.
I did not.
He was able to keep that from people, right?
Yes.
You now know that he was the head primo of the North Miami chapter of the Latin Kings.
Correct.
And even not knowing anything about gang lifestyle, you've heard of the Latin Kings before, right?
Yes, they're nationwide.
And when Luis was arrested, okay, Katie, how did she react?
She saw it coming, I guess, because, he's not the best guy out there. So, it was one of those things that she was just like, well, it's going to happen.
She wasn't surprised.
No.
It's not like Luis Rivera is this, person that does nothing wrong and then all of a sudden this is
Correct.
a shock to everyone.
Correct.
Everyone kind of saw it coming.
Yes.
And Sigfredo was not arrested.
He was not.
Okay. You have no information that Sigfredo was ever part of a gang.
No.
He was not indicted in that multiple co-defendant indictment.
No, he was not.
And right before the big arrest, you had met him and Jessica Rodriguez at a baby shower.
No.
Okay.
I saw Maria at a baby shower.
Okay. So whose baby shower was that?
That was one of our mutual friends.
Okay.
It was her baby shower.
Now, I want to go over a little bit more about the Hollywood Live and Club Fades and all of that.
Okay.
There's no question that Miss Magbanua was working in the service industry around the time that this took place, right?
Yes.
So, and like you said, it is an all-cash business, right?
Yes.
One of the places you actually testified to, you didn't even fill out an application.
No.
You just walked in, they hired you, and you're paid in cash.
Yes.
You didn't fill out like any form of records, anything like that.
Nothing.
Okay. And these jobs that she held, like you said, you were working a 9 to 5. Miss Magbanua, she also had day jobs too, right?
That's correct.
She was working at Sophie Dental at some point. She was working at Broward Dermatology. These are all businesses that operate during normal business hours, right?
Correct.
So she was working that in addition to service industry jobs to supplement her income,
That's correct.
okay? And those all paid in cash.
Yes.
Now, she eventually came to work with you at Optimar Realty, right?
Yes.
And this was around the time of May of 2016, correct?
Yes.
This is around the time where you now learned that there are wire intercepts.
Yes.
You're on one of the wire intercepts, aren't you?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I am.
Okay. And that's because Katie, while she's using her phone, would be sitting beside you
Yes.
at the realty company.
Yes, we sat in the same office.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unusual for her to be talking about real estate things
Yes.
on the phone.
Correct.
You didn't hear her talking anything about a murder?
No.
Nothing about Dan Markel?
No.
Nothing about hiding anything?
No.
And you also mentioned on direct, and I want to go into this a little more. Katie, you said, tried to get employment from Charles Adelson so that she would be able to qualify for insurance for her kids.
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury for me, please?
So there's Florida Kid Care, there's Medicaid in the state of Florida. And if you're working and you're getting all cash, that really doesn't show how much money you're making, at least for the state. So you have to have a job that is actually on paper and that actually fills out, that you're actually working there, how much you're making, so on and so forth. So she needed to have something in writing that she worked for somebody. That way she could able to be showed to get insurance for her kids.
Okay, and you knew that because she told you that.
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you about the day that Agent Sanford with the FBI and Detective Isom came to interview you in 2016.
Yes.
all right? So this is right after all of this is taking place.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that your memory back then would be way better than it is now,
Yes.
right? They first came and spoke to you on June 28th of 2016, right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
All right, so that's about a month after Sigfredo has been arrested.
Yes.
Now, at this time, isn't it true that it was all over the internet about
Everywhere.
Sigfredo Garcia's arrest?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Facebook, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Isn't it true that also a 24-page affidavit had been released to the media stating that Ms. Magbanua was somehow involved in all of this?
That's correct.
Anybody who went online could download and read this 24-page document.
Yes.
And it basically laid out this whole theory how she's the middle person, right?
That's correct.
So everything was in there, including the wiretaps, the flurry of communications, and all these little things that the state thought was relevant.
Yes.
Now, it wasn't secret at all that
No.
the state and the police considered Miss Magbanua a suspect.
Yes.
They didn't consider her a witness who had information.
Correct.
And when they came to see you, Katie was no longer working there.
She was not.
And they never once attempted to come to that office before when she was working there to try and talk to her, right?
No.
You agreed to speak to them about Katie,
I did.
okay? And that's because you were one of her very good friends.
Correct.
Now, Agent Sanford and Detective Isom chose not to record this interview, correct?
They did not.
They decided to take notes,
Yes.
all right? And that was totally their option. You didn't prohibit them from recording your conversation,
I did not.
okay? And you're aware that they don't even have to tell you that they're recording your conversation,
Correct.
because they're the police.
Yes.
Did they ever ask you to review what they had written down?
No, ma'am.
Did they ever ask you to sign anything to say that these were in fact my words of what I was saying to you?
No.
In fact, the first time that you learned that they created a report about this interview was when it was released to the media, right?
That's correct.
It was released to the media the same day the state was trying to get copies of Miss Magbanua's medical records,
Yes.
okay? She was still out at that time,
Yes.
okay? She was living her life in Miami.
Yes.
No attempts to flee,
No.
never packed up to try and leave Miami-Dade County, right?
Not that I know of.
Even though all of this was all over the media,
Yes.
all right? Now, when you see this document for the first time ever, that's supposedly your words, did you notice anything that was wrong with it?
Yes.
What was wrong with it?
There was one statement that was on there that stated the amount that was paid and who paid for the breast augmentation, and I had told the detectives that I was actually not aware, I did not know who paid it, if it was Katie, if it was Charlie, if it was half and half. I didn't know precisely what it was.
So you specifically told them you don't know, it could have been this, could have been that, I don't know.
Yes.
Is that what they put in that document?
No.
What did they put in that document?
They put in that document that Charlie had paid for the breast augmentation.
And that was not true.
That's not true.
Now, since then, you know, you've taken statements, right? Like
Yes.
the deposition that
Yes.
Ms. Dugan referred to?
Yes.
And in that deposition, you brought it to the state's attention that that information was incorrect
I did.
and nothing has been done to correct it.
No.
Let's talk about the other things that that you actually told them back in 2016. Back in 2016, you specifically told them that Katie worked at 2 different nightclubs, right?
Yes.
You told them the names of the nightclubs,
I did.
Hollywood Live
Yes.
and Fate, Club Fate.
That's correct.
When they took this interview from you, they were physically in Miami-Dade County.
They were.
And as far as you knew in 2016, those businesses were still open and operational.
Yes, they were.
So it would have been a good time probably for them to go then and there to try to obtain records, right?
Yes.
You also told them back then in 2016 the name of Katie's best friends, right?
I did.
Okay, so you gave them as much information of who you believed would have information about the real life of Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Now, as we said before, when Sigfredo Garcia was arrested, okay, that was May 25th
Yes,
of 2016, right?
that's correct.
Okay. And when they initially released the media, all it said was that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes,
Okay? Nothing else, no other details.
no,
All right. It wasn't until June, I believe it was 3rd of 2016, that they released more information and said Luis Rivera was involved.
yes,
Okay. Then after that, they released to the media these 2 unsigned affidavits that supposedly lay out Ms. Magbanua's involvement, but don't arrest her.
correct.
Okay? Now, that's in June. Do you remember in September of that same year, there was even a 2020 episode, correct?
Yes,
Now, Ms. Magbanua was free when this 2020 episode aired,
she was.
okay? And they didn't paint a good picture of her,
They did not.
okay? You're not aware that they made any attempts to try and reach out and interview her, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Do you remember at the end of this episode that they said they received information that Luis Rivera was cooperating?
Yes,
That was said at the end of it, right?
yes, it was.
And then it ended,
Yes,
okay? Katie didn't flee after that.
no, ma'am.
She just continued living her life, right?
Yes,
Until October 1st, when they just pulled up on her after she dropped off her kids,
yes,
okay? Now, another thing that you are probably aware of is, isn't it true that Ms. Magbanua was questioned by Ms. Kappelman for hours back in 2019?
I heard that, yes.
Okay, so Ms. Kappelman had an opportunity to ask her questions,
Yes,
and she answered them.
yes,
It's not only audio, but it's also on video, right?
yes,
And you were really close to Katie around the time when this was going on, right?
yes,
You never heard her once mention anything about the homicide.
nothing.
You never heard her once say anything that would even raise a suspicion that she knew that something was going on with this or was involved in this.
No, not to me.
And I wanted to also talk to you about the car that you said,
Okay.
the Lexus, right? In May of 2015, right after the Pacquiao fight, isn't it true that Miss Magbanua got into an accident in her Mazda?
She did.
Mr. Garcia was with her, right?
He was.
So now she didn't have a car to drive.
She did not.
She told you that Charlie loaned her the Lexus to use in the meantime, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said you didn't know if she paid for it, right?
No, I do not.
If there are recordings that would show that, that would be evidence that she paid for it.
Yes,
If there are text messages referencing that she paid for it, that would be evidence that she paid for it,
yes,
okay? And if there are documents, like, I don't know, the transfer title,
yes,
would indicate how much she paid for it, right?
correct.
All right. One thing the state didn't bring out was, this car, it wasn't a 2014 Lexus.
No,
It was a 2001 Lexus with over 150,000 miles on it.
yes,
And it kept breaking down.
it did.
Even though it's in pristine condition, it's not like it was, not without problems, right?
Correct.
Miss Magbanua was arrested in that car, right?
Yes,
No pictures at the time of her arrest? Nothing?
no,
Now, you do recall the state actually brought up an incident where you said you remember that you had watched Miss Magbanua's children and that you remember her saying that Charlie had told her that his brother-in-law had been in a car accident, right?
yes,
Okay. Now, let's be clear about something, okay? You have no idea when that happened,
no,
okay? You can give a general idea that it was maybe in 2014, maybe in July.
yes.
It could have been July 7th, right?
I don't know the date, but I know that it was in July.
You know it's in July, but
Yes.
it could be any date in July that happened.
Yes,
And what she told you is what Charles Adelson told her,
that's correct.
that as far as she knew, he had been in a car accident
Yes,
and nothing else,
no.
okay? Your Honor, if I could have a brief moment?
Yes.
Now, I think I went over this with you before, but I just want to just make sure it's clear so that there's no confusion. When we say the Pacquiao fight, it's a Pacquiao-Mayweather fight,
Yes,
and that would have been in May of 2015,
that's correct.
okay? And then the other things as it relates to the timelines of the places where she worked, right?
Yes,
You're certain, because you worked with her at Hollywood Live, of when she worked at Hollywood Live, right?
correct.
Is it possible that you may be confused on when she worked at Club Fate?
It's possible.
It's possible, okay. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, redirect.
All right, so when defense was first asking you questions, they were talking about her getting cash from all these places. You were walking us through the approximate timeline of when you remember her working at these spots. And it was liquor promotions and Sophie Dental. Then she went to Fate while working at Sophie Dental. Then she quit the liquor promotions. After she left Fate, she went to Hollywood Live,
Yes.
right? Okay, so you're saying that she's working at these different clubs at different times, not all the same time.
Not all at the same time, no.
Okay. Defense asked you about, these, world-renowned clubs in Miami Beach where girls can sometimes make a ton of money doing bottle service and things like that. The Hollywood Live that we're talking about, that's not one. I mean, I'm sure it's a really fun place, but that's not one of those clubs, right?
No, it's not like a live or something like that.
Okay. You characterize it as like a local Haitian neighborhood spot,
Yes, it's the
Okay.
locals' place.
and you could make $100, $200 there. Sometimes once a month, make $400 or $500 $. You said?
Yes.
Okay. The picture of Hollywood Live, obviously that's during the day. It's not at night when a nightclub would be, people would be there. But I'm just saying the location of it and how it looks from the outside, does that look the same?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was asking. You said Ethan is 14, so then he would have been born in 2008.
Yes.
Okay, and then Kaylee was born in around 2012.
Yes.
Okay, so born in 2012 then?
Yes.
Like April 2012?
May.
May 2012, thank you. All right. As far as her insurance, so you're saying that, she needed a job that she could report to get insurance.
That's correct.
Okay, so she also couldn't get an apartment unless she had verified income, right?
That's correct.
So you're saying she asked Charles Alison for a favor, put me on the payroll so I can get an apartment and I can get insurance.
I don't know about the apartment. I only know about the insurance.
Okay. But she never told you that she was actually working for Charles Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
Okay. And is it your understanding that she was put on the payroll of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay. The timing of when she told you about the car accident, you said that you took care of the kids and she told you that sometime in July of 2014. You can't sit here and tell us, I know the exact date, right?
I have a picture.
You have a picture
Yeah.
of the what?
Of the night that I watched the kids.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
With you? On you?
It's on my Facebook.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's on my Instagram.
Okay. You do know that it was, you're saying, the next day that she told you about the car accident?
That's correct.
Okay. The police report, where
Yes.
you told us about the police mischaracterized your statement about the breast enhancement.
Yes.
You said that, and I think you've said that in a prior statement as defense said that you basically told the police you don't know whether he paid for half, she paid for half, he paid for all of it, she paid for all of it. You don't know.
Yes, I was not aware.
You don't know who
I don't
paid
know.
for it. Those were your words
Yes.
that you said. But they said that this is how much it cost, the $6,000 or $7,000, and she paid half and Charles Adelson paid half. That's
Yes.
what they put in their report. And they're wrong about that. You just said you didn't know whether
I
she
didn't
paid
know.
half or he paid half. or
That's
who
correct.
paid. Okay. And you've had a chance to review that statement before, that report, and everything else was correct in it, right?
Yes, everything else was correct.
Okay. And I actually didn't even ask you who do you think paid for it because I know that that wasn't what you said in the past, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so in that report though, the defense say asked you, nothing was ever said to you that ever raised a suspicion that she was involved in a murder.
No.
In the report, though, it says that when Mascaro heard about Garcia being arrested, when she first read the article about him being arrested, she immediately knew the connection of Magbanua dating Charles Abelson had something to do with it.
Well, I knew that the person that had died was a connection to Charles Abelson, and obviously she was dating him. So I didn't know, exactly what happened, but I just knew it was somebody that she knew.
Okay. But you immediately knew that the connection then had something to do with it.
Well, yeah.
Okay. That's all.
All right, we can release the witness, you want it subject to recall?
If she could just subject recall for now. Yes,
Okay, all right. You'll be notified if you need to testify again, okay?
Okay, like today or after?
No, they'll give you a call. You can go about your business.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break right now, and so we'll take 15 minutes, and then we'll be back to continue with the testimony, okay? So about 3:20, we'll resume. All right, Deputy? Thank you. All right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed, we'll be in recess till 3:20. All right, Ms. Kappelman, anything before we bring the jury in?
Judge, I placed the order for the Spanish translations on your bench. Other than that, nothing.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, I did want to let you know, I gave Ms. Mascaro an opportunity to look at her Instagram to refresh her recollection about the date that the defendant's children spent the night with her before she made the statement about the car accident. And so I would like to recall her just for the one question of, were you able to look at your Instagram? Did that refresh your recollection? What was the date? And then we'll move on to the next issue.
All right.
If the
Anything from,
government can give us the answer.
July 18th, 2014.
all right. So we'll bring her back in. You can recall her for that purpose, and then we'll move on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.